Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was Basilisk Slayer? Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Harry couldn't sleep and he was pacing around the bedroom carefully a few days before his birthday. He would be at the Burrow when his time to be classified came, which made him feel slightly more relaxed than if he was at the Dursleys' house. His uncle was a neutral and so was his aunt. Dudley was a submissive, which had caused his uncle aggravation, but the wail of a man swore it was better than a little. Anything was better than a little to Vernon Dursley, and he would gladly kill his nephew if he was one. Wife's sister's son be damned. He had bought diapers for the boy when he was really a baby. He would absolutely not shell out another penny for any more. Harry lay down on his bed and curled under a blanket that Mr. Gideon Weasley had sent him in a care package. He sniffed the knitted blanket, which smelled like the Weasley matriarch. It smelled like vanilla and it soothed a deep ache in Harry's chest. He didn't know it existed. His eyes closed and he yawned while tucking his blanket more securely around him as he drifted off to sleep. His dreams were untroubled for once. 2 days later, Harry sat on his bed while smiling because today was the day that he would be going to the Burrow to be with his friends. His trunk was packed along with his rucksack, blanket in the rucksack for safekeeping. It was one of his most prized possessions along with his firebolt from Sirius. He was reading a letter from Remus, excited at the little doodles of things Remus had seen. His legs swung as he sat on the bed, but well pushed away from the edge. Harry folded it carefully and put it away with the blanket. He carefully made sure it wouldn't get crinkled before he heard shouting from downstairs. He jogged down slowly and went towards the sound of the shouts reluctantly. He hated shouting. It frightened him at times, but Vernon seeing him afraid was worse. The dark-haired boy stuck his head into the living room and saw the issue, scooting into the room and stopping slightly to the side of the fireplace. He heard them bickering behind the boards about what the issue was. "Mr. Weasley, they've stopped it up. It has an electric one in front." Harry called through to them, trying desperately not to giggle at the situation. It was a funny mental picture of the Weasleys all cramped up there and arguing. Why on earth would they do that? Arthur sighed in confusion. "Stand back. Now you listen here." Vernon started forward right as there was a loud bang and the wall practically exploded, dust showering everyone except Harry for the most part. "Ah, sorry about that." Arthur stepped through and turned to Harry. "All right there, Harry?" He caught the boy in a hug, petting his hair like he was one of his sons. "I'm all right, Mr. Weasley." Harry smiled at the red-haired man, enjoying the contact. He was touch-starved and he sought the contact the Weasleys gave freely. "Where are the rest of your things?" Fred looked around the room with unhidden curiosity. "Upstairs in my room." Harry responded and the twins made their way up to it, passing the kitchen which held a frightened Dudley. "Lovely home you have here," Arthur said kindly to the Dursleys, disregarding that he blasted half the wall off. Vernon looked like he would have an aneurysm, face turning a brilliant shade of purple as his fury gathered. "Hey mate." Ron grinned at Harry, wrapping an arm around the smaller boy's shoulders and squeezing him gently. He was a bit worried about his friend who was quite pale. "Dad, can we go back now? Harry looks a bit tired." Sure." Arthur noticed it too and sent the two home through the flue, keeping an eye out on Fred and George who dragged the trunk in. "George, you take it through and then Fred." "Sounds good, Dad." The twins chimed, grinning with unholy glee as Fred tripped and spilled a bunch of candy right as George went through the flue. "Oh, I'm sorry." Fred had seen Dudley snatch one up and the ginger filled his pockets with the rest of the fallen candy, watching as Dudley's issues began and laughing hysterically at the pandemonium that ensued until Arthur made him go through the flue. "Did he eat it?" George grinned, questioning his twin who was sitting on the floor laughing. Should have seen his face, the big lump. Fred was helped up by his twin, Charlie laughing at the table as he'd been filled in about what occurred. "Boys!" Arthur had appeared and proceeded to go off on them as Ron quickly led Harry upstairs. The 14-year-old knew Harry got frightened by yelling and had no desire for his friend to be upset. Bill and Charlie are staying here too. Ron pointed to an open door that was normally closed. And Hermione has Ginny's old room. Harry didn't say anything, mind drifting off into some picture he thought of. Ron led him quietly after that, Harry's trunk already in the room thanks to Charlie. The ginger helped his friend settle onto the extra bed set up and helped him undress, knowing Harry was exhausted because he tended to be unable to sleep when he was excited or stressed. My blanket. Harry panicked slightly, scrambling until Ron handed him the rucksack and watched Harry first take out a letter and then the blanket his mom had made for his adopted son. Harry put the letter back in the bag and cuddled up with the blanket, passing out quickly. Ron went out and intercepted Hermione. You can't go in there. He's sleeping. He's still not sleeping well? Hermione frowned, walking with Ron back downstairs, and they were found by Gideon. She always worried about her best friend. Where's Harry? Gideon questioned, peering around and looking worried. Sleeping, Mum. He can't sleep when excited. Ron explained. So I got him to lay down for a bit. Oh good. I don't want the poor dear to be overtired. Ron, go help set up the tables. Hermione, please set the tables when they're done setting them. Gideon ordered, ruffling first his son's hair and then Hermione's before dabbing his eyes with a tissue and going to find Arthur. Dinner time. A sleepy Harry was carried by Fred downstairs, the older boy smiling at the half-asleep hero who would be a little if his guess was right, and they usually were. Harry, can you walk for me? We're gonna go eat outside. Fred set Harry on his feet, stroking his friend's cheek until the green-eyed boy looked at him. Let's go eat, okay? Fred. Even half asleep Harry knew which was which. He followed Fred willingly, sitting between the twins who made his plate when it was obvious that Harry would rather fall back asleep. His body was gearing up for some changes and using lots of energy. He picked at his food, eating slowly and giving up halfway through. The dark-haired boy leaned on Fred, yawning widely, and went back to sleep instead. He was safe here and the Weasleys would protect him, which settled an unease he would have had about falling asleep anywhere else besides perhaps Hogwarts. Here, Fred. Finish your dinner. I'll put him to bed. Bill was already done, rising and moving around the table to the other side. He lifted Harry easily, the boy whining as he was moved. The tall man strode inside quickly, taking him up to Ron's room and changing Harry into a set of pajamas, before taking a deep breath and changing Harry's undergarments into a discreet pull-up in case Harry had an accident. Sleep well, Harry. Harry just curled up more, holding the blanket to his face and mumbling in his sleep. He'd be out till morning. Harry's birthday, changing the timeline a bit from the book. Remus. Harry launched himself into the werewolf's lap, clinging to the other man tightly and nuzzling into his chest. He was even smaller now, legs not touching the floor as he sat in Remus's lap. Good morning, my cub. Did you sleep well? Remus summoned a comb and set about fixing the mess that is Harry's hair, causing many whines from the boy. Harry was suddenly quiet, not wanting to talk about the nightmare he'd had. Why are you here, Moony? It's your birthday, love. It's tradition to have family there when you take the test. Remus explained, rocking his cub gently once he'd finished his attempts at neatening the massive bird's nest that was Harry's hair. I have to do that today? Harry frowned, looking up at Remus. He was hoping to put it off. Yes, Harry. You do. But I'll be here. Okay? And none of us will ever make fun of you for what you get. Remus smiled gently, kissing Harry's forehead. His sensitive nose was already picking up the changes in Harry's scent, cataloging them in his brain. Tell you what, we can eat breakfast and then we'll talk a bit before you take the test. Okay, Remus, can you go out so I can change? Harry squirmed off Remus's lap, grunting as he landed on the floor. I brought you a gift from Sirius. He wants a photo of you in them. Remus held up a bag with a ribbon tied on it. Thanks, Remus. Harry took the bag and got dressed after he was left alone, tugging at the bright red shirt and black jeans. The waistband of the pants were more stretchy than they looked, but that didn't seem to affect him much. He put his wand into his pocket and made his way into the hall, scowling at Remus for a moment when he was blinded by a flash. He pushed his glasses up, going in the bathroom and doing bathroom stuff, before scowling because he couldn't reach the shelf his toothbrush was on. Remus stuck his hand in and summoned it down to Harry, trying not to chuckle because that would enrage the boy. He retracted his hand and gave Harry the privacy he wanted. Test time. Harry drank the potion and shuddered, pricking his finger and dripping it on the special parchment. Words formed on the parchment, detailing his parents' and grandparents' classifications, and finally his appeared. Harry Potter was a little and he felt his whole world shatter as he did the one thing he could do and ran off. Terror. Harry ran as fast as he could, heading into the nearby field, and kept running as far as he could until he had to stop. He sank down in the tall grass, panting and trying to catch his breath. He heaved slightly, hands on his knees and head down. He hated that he couldn't run as far as he used to be able to. Cedric had been flying slowly, searching for Harry as the Weasleys had alerted their wizarding neighbors of the lost little, and he saw a dark shape. He landed a short distance away and approached slowly, kneeling down. "Harry, you okay?" Harry startled, nearly tipping over, and he scrambled backwards. He had been lost in his thoughts. "Get away. Do you want to go for a ride?" Cedric gestured to his broomstick leaning against a tree. "To clear your mind and so you don't get lost. You don't know the area very well." The pair was approached by a man with dark eyes that focused on the little with a greedy look. "Little boy, are you lost?" "No, he's not." Cedric straightened up, moving in front of Harry defensively. "Small. Dad will be looking for us. Love." He lifted Harry, carrying the broom under one arm and Harry on his hip. He started walking in the direction of his house, which was closer. Type of thing to happen in the wizarding world, but it happened all too often in the Muggle world. He put his broom away and carried Harry to his bedroom, feeling how the boy clung to him. Cedric sent a quick note to the Weasleys with his owl and sat down on his bed, stroking Harry's hair and calming the little down until he had stopped trembling. "There. No more crying, okay? Everything is okay. No one will touch you." Cedric had gotten caregiver as his classification, and it fit the young man very well. He had a very soothing personality and the patience to go with it. "You're safe here." Harry nodded, leaning against Cedric until a Patronus came from downstairs and announced that Remus was there. Cedric carried Harry down and handed him to the werewolf immediately, watching how Remus smelled the boy and checked him for wounds. "Thank you for finding him." Remus held his cub tightly, feeling how the boy squirmed until he set him down. "Harry, did you thank Cedric?" "Thank you." Harry's head was about as high as the middle of Remus's chest currently. "You're welcome." Cedric smiled at them. "Professor Remus, there's a Muggle, a bad one. Something needs to be done. I'll talk to Arthur and Gideon. Stay in your wards for now." Remus understood what Cedric meant and went back through the flue with Harry tucked in his arms safely. "I've got him." All the Weasleys plus Hermione made their way to the pair, seeing how worn out Harry was as the boy was sleeping again. It was a cute sight to see how the boy looked so adorable and vulnerable. The Diggory boy found him and brought him back to their place. Remus explained to Gideon, "And I need to talk to you alone about something. Bill, could you put Harry down for a nap, please?" "Yeah."
"See, Mia? Ha."
Bill took the sleeping boy and brought him upstairs to his bedroom. It was natural for him after having helped with his younger siblings. "Children, clear off." Gideon shooed them away before turning to Remus. "What happened?" Cedric said something about a bad Muggle and things needing to be dealt with. Remus spoke lowly, eyes dark. "A child snatcher?" Gideon gasped, covering his mouth but also looking furious. The very thought of a child or little being kidnapped and hurt caused him rage. It was wrong to hurt children or littles. All they wanted was to be loved. "Yes, something needs to be done." The sandy-haired man sighed, looking worn down. It scared him to think that Harry could have been taken by the snatcher. "Maybe the policeman in the village can do something?" Gideon questioned slightly. He knew a bit about the Muggle world. "Maybe." Remus stretched. "I need to be going. I'll see you guys later. Oh, take this with you. You're much too peaky." Gideon shoved a large basket of food into his arms and sent him off with a wave. Remus hurried into Grimmauld Place, huffing slightly from the heavy basket, and found Sirius sulking in the kitchen. He had been excited to tell the other man. Sirius, Padfoot, what is it? Sirius snapped in a terrible mood at not being able to be there for Harry. He felt like a bad godfather for not being there. He had promised Lily and James to always be there for Harry, and he was failing. First Azkaban and then people refusing to believe his innocence. I brought the photo. Remus sighed, grabbing his sulking boyfriend into a tight hug and kissing the side of his head after setting the food down on the table. Now, I need to tell you what Harry is. Can I see the photo? Sirius felt bad for snapping, nuzzling his face into the werewolf's neck. He hated snapping at the other man. First off, Harry's a little. Remus then pulled the photo from his pocket and showed Sirius the picture of Harry in his new outfit. Harry was so upset at finding out. Poor baby. I want him here. Sirius and Remus were both caregivers. He could tell his boyfriend was sad at Harry being upset. Think it's time to get rid of Peter. Remus hummed, finding the charmed fish tank and rapping on the glass with his knuckles. The ugly balding rat squeaked, cowering in the corner. Yes. Sirius glared balefully at the tank. His magic sparked around his fingertips. Take him to Kingsley Shacklebolt. I'll owl him and then take him. Remus kissed his lover deeply, holding him tightly to convey that he's never leaving him. At the cup, Charlie was carrying Harry on his shoulders so the small boy wouldn't get lost as they walked to the arena. Harry rested his chin on the ginger's head, observing from his excellent vantage point and waving at Cedric gleefully. Charlie, it's Cedric. Look. He pulled Charlie's hair, giving in to his childish urges. He was overly excited. I see that. Ouch. Stop pulling, love. Charlie tilted his head forward to free his hair and walked to Cedric. Granted, it wasn't the first time his hair had been yanked by an excited child, but it hurt. Hey there, Harry. Are you having fun? Cedric gave Harry a bottle of water so the boy wouldn't get dehydrated. He noticed that Harry was roughly the size of an 8-year-old but still seemed like he would keep shrinking. I like my Weasleys. Harry hugged Charlie's head with his water bottle held tightly, effectively smacking Charlie in the face. Oh no. I'm sorry, Charlie. It's okay, Harry. Charlie used one hand to rub his smarting nose and then patted Harry's leg. Let's catch up to the others, yeah? Gotta sit by my Ron. Harry was having the time of his life. Charlie jogged to the rest of the Weasleys and Hermione, following them in, and they sat in their seats as Draco Malfoy glowered from next to his father. The blonde was only reaching about mid-ribcage on Lucius. He had found he was also a little feeling ashamed of it. They watched the game, Harry grinning as he watched through his omnoculars. His legs swung through the air, watching intently and gasping at the feints. Afterwards, Minister Fudge rested an arm around Harry and introduced him to the Bulgarian minister, the foreign man grinning at Harry and introducing him to the Bulgarian team. The Bulgarian minister had a soft spot for littles, finding them precious and in need of protection. And Gies is Victor Crumb. He is a very talented seeker like you from Vat, your minister told me. The minister introduced him to Victor, who put a hand on Harry's head and ruffled his hair. The Bulgarians all treated littles like they were little royalty. Nice to meet you. Crumb got called away after he greeted Harry, and Charlie picked the boy up to go. Thank you for introducing him to them, sir. Charlie shook hands with the foreign dignitary and carried Harry back to the tent for some dinner. He helped Harry cut up his food and got him a drink. Harry of course pouted at being babied, but knew arguing would get him scolded, at least in the Dursley's house, or he would be hit. Home, Harry. Stay with Hermione and Ron, Arthur ordered. We'll go check out what's going on. Stay together. I know. Shoo. Hermione held her small friend, rubbing his back firmly like a mother, and felt Fred sit next to her. She was visibly worried as she glanced at the ginger boy next to her. George and I won't let anyone hurt you guys. The Weasley mumbled while George set up quick wards around the tent. Magic above their grade level, but Bill had taught them in case of emergency, and this definitely was. Ron was making Harry a ham sandwich, deciding to distract him with food and getting him to eat while Hermione held the boy in her lap. There you go, Harry. All good, yeah? MHM. Harry hummed around the bite of sandwich in his sandwich. He paused once he remembered something. Seti. Seti is in danger. And Victor. And Oliver. They're okay, Harry. They're adults and can use magic to defend themselves. George had finished setting the wards and came back inside. Trust me. They're okay. Promise? Harry was very worried over his friends. His lower lip stuck out like he was going to cry. He was very big-hearted and tended to care very deeply for those who earned his trust or affection. Promise. George nodded solemnly as he and Fred stood at the entrance of the tent, taking up guard positions and having the other three in the center of the tent away from the walls. After 2 long nerve-wracking hours, the sounds of Arthur's voice came through and George let them in through the wards after verifying it was his father. Arthur and the other 3 older men came in, looking exhausted. We're gonna pack up and go home. Arthur took stock of how Harry was asleep in Hermione's lap and Ron was pale. Bill, can you take Harry ahead, please?
Yeah. See, Mia. Lovey.
Bill took the sleeping boy, turning on the spot and appearing at the burrow. The apparition had woken Harry, who started to cry loudly. Shoo. Shoo. Don't cry. It's okay. You're safe. Billy? Harry sniffled, wiping his face on Bill's shirt. He hadn't even thought about the action. It had been instinctual from his little side. Yes, love. We're at the burrow. Everyone's gonna meet us later, but we're gonna see my mum. Yeah? Bill carried Harry towards the house as Gideon hurried out towards them. Mom, Bill, Harry, where is everyone else? Gideon looked around worriedly, then taking Harry into his arms to hold him close. Remus will be here, soon. Dad sent us ahead. Bill followed Gideon into the burrow. They sat at the kitchen table and Bill accepted the drink his mum handed him, knowing he would need it. He made Harry a cup of hot cocoa and held it for him while he drank, tucking himself against his chest. Remus came through the flue, looking frantic and snatched Harry up. He smelled him all over for wounds and slumped into a chair as Harry sleepily protested the treatment as he had been comfortable. Remus ignored Harry's squirming and whining, just holding him. Gods, I was so worried. Remus rocked Harry carefully as though he were toddler-sized and not 8-year-old-sized, calming the sleepy boy and himself with the motion. I could have lost my pup again. Not gonna lose me. Harry mumbled tiredly, cheek on Remus's chest and hands clutching the shabby shirt tightly. He was content to stay in Remus's lap, warm and safe. His eyes closed as he listened to the adults talking. Above him, too tired to stay awake much longer. Are you sure he'll be okay? Gideon wasn't fond of letting Remus take the little, but he had a claim to Harry and he, Gideon, did not. Of course. You'll see him at the Hogwarts Express. Remus stood, shifting Harry in his arms and going through the flue after Gideon summoned all of Harry's things and packed them. He had put the shrunken trunk into his pocket and given them another basket that was also shrunken. Remus went to his house first and then to Grimmauld, waking Harry enough to let him in on the house secret so he would be able to get in before they went inside by Sirius Black. Once, Sirius didn't look up from the piece of parchment in front of him until Remus cleared his throat and then he glanced up. His heart stopped at the boy in Remus's arms, breath catching in his throat. Is that Harry? Yeah. He was at the cup with the Weasleys when all the Death Eater stuff went down. I couldn't bear to leave him at the burrow. Remus gently set the sleepy boy into Sirius's lap and watched how Sirius seemed to come alive at being able to hold Harry. Sirius? Harry's sleepy voice is heard, peering up at the dark-haired man and his whole face lit up in excitement. Sirius. He sat up and hugged onto his godfather. Hey there, Bambi. Sirius kissed the side of Harry's face, holding him tightly and feeling so pleased to have his godson in his arms. I missed you so much, Harry. Missed you too. Harry cuddled into his Sirius, taking comfort in the man's arms. Stay with you? We'll have to see. We're doing something to hopefully get Sirius free. Remus answered instead, carting his fingers through Sirius's hair and smiling at Harry from over Sirius's shoulder. He wanted desperately to have this work, to be able to keep Harry and be able to have Sirius free. Lover and their boy. He cupped Harry's cheek, rubbing gently with his thumb and wiping tears away. Shoo, baby. Don't cry, okay?
I'm sorry.
Harry couldn't help but lean into the gentle caress, pressing his cheek into the werewolf's hand. The two men slowly got Harry to go back to sleep with promises of him still being there in the morning and that they would spend time with him. He's so touch-starved. Sirius knew how that felt. How could he be left with the Dursleys? Lily said so many times that he wasn't to be left there, and it was in her will. And James' will. They clearly neglected our boy, and who knows what else they've done to him. I know. Don't think about it. Let me handle it. Remus sighed and kissed Sirius softly, soothing his boyfriend. You just focus on getting better and giving Harry affection. Sirius just nodded, knowing Remus was right and that he needed to be calm. He tightened his hold on Harry, watching how he slept curled into him and clung to him. The boy sighed, snuffling in his sleep and turning his face into the clothing under his cheek. Such a good boy, Sirius mumbled, standing and taking Harry with him to his bedroom with Remus close behind. He held Harry until Remus was undressed and gave him to the werewolf before undressing himself and laying down. The three were cuddled together, the adults watching over their pup and joining him in dreamland. HP. Sirius looked at the little boy between him and his partner, once the size of an 8-year-old but now the size of a 3-year-old. Well, hello there. He sat up, moving the toddler-sized Harry into his lap. It was late the next morning and the trio were all tired. Harry whined, rubbing his face on Sirius's chest and closing his eyes. Sleep, Daddy. Daddy, Remus mouthed as he looked at Sirius, who was just as surprised, sitting up next to the two. His strong fingers stroked through Harry's curls, smiling at how they felt similar to the texture of Lily's hair, but followed the genetic quirk of messiness of James' hair. You need some lunch, Bambi. Then we need to talk. Sirius chose not to address the issue for now, standing up and taking Harry to the kitchen with Remus following close behind. He settled into a chair while Remus made them some soup, cradling Harry to him and kissing his forehead. I love you, Harry. I love Daddy too. Harry frowned at the sad look in Sirius's eyes, touching his face. Why Daddy sad? We need to talk to Big Harry. Can you do that for me? Remus spoke now, standing by Sirius and looking at the toddler-sized human, who frowned but scrunched his face, and soon a more concerned expression formed. What's the matter? Big Harry asked, looking at the two caregivers. He automatically assumed they were mad at him. You keep calling me Daddy. Harry, you shouldn't trap yourself with an ex-convict as a caregiver. Even if my plan works, they'll still hate me and want to take you from me and Remus. Sirius burst out. I don't want anyone but you guys. This is another chance for you. Don't you see? If Dumbledore hadn't had Hagrid take me in the first place, you wouldn't have even been to jail because you wouldn't have been able to go after that rat. Harry shouted, burrowing his way into Sirius's shirt and hiding in the dark warmth. His cheek pressed to the sparsely haired chest, small hands pressed against Sirius's skin that was almost overly warm. I don't want to lose you again. Please, be my caregivers. Harry. Sirius clutched the little boy tighter, burying his face in the messy hair and taking a deep breath. I want to. So do I. Remus nodded, hugging them both tightly and looking fiercely protective. This was his family and no one would get in his way to protect them. Sirius, let's do this, so we can keep our boy. I, Sirius Orion Black, accept the honor and responsibility to be the caregiver to Harry James Potter. Sirius vowed, magic flaring and then settling while establishing an even deeper bond between them. I, Remus John Lupin, accept the honor and responsibility to be the caregiver to Harry James Potter. Remus vowed next, shuddering at the feeling of being connected to Harry like that. Family. Harry blinked, cuddling into his two caregivers early the next morning and listening to their steady breathing. He had woken up early for some reason that he didn't understand until he moved and realized he was wet. The young boy gasped, shifting and attempting to climb over Remus to get to the bathroom to clean up the evidence even though the sheet was soaked beneath him. Pup! Remus's tired voice spoke softly, making him freeze, and the werewolf opened his eyes. Remus had received a knee to the ribcage. What's wrong? I'm wet, Harry wailed, burying his face into a pillow and sobbing in embarrassment. His mind currently was that of 14-year-old Harry and not his little self, so he was doubly ashamed. Oh, Harry. Remus sat up, tugging the boy in his lap and rocking him slowly. It was just an accident. Shoo. It was just an accident. You didn't mean to. Your body is going through so many changes. He soothed, taking Harry to the bathroom and running a bath for him. He tipped in some bubble bath and then some of the oils that would make Harry's skin even softer. And big. Harry protested as he was washed thoroughly. He didn't like that he was being washed like a baby. It was a blow to his pride and his dignity. Harry, you being a little means we get you used to being cared for. So let me do this. Remus was massaging the sweet-smelling shampoo into Harry's hair with a gentle touch. He was rather enjoying getting to bathe and care for the little. I won't be able to have kids, will I? Harry frowned with a sad look. He didn't want the Potter line to end with him. Felt like he was failing his family. You could with an artificial insemination using a special potion. You could use a surrogate to carry your child and continue your bloodline. If I recall correctly, it needs a bit of blood and a bit of your magic freely given during the creation. Remus hummed. I could talk to one of my friends from America if you want. Can it wait though? Harry bit his lip, tilting his head back into Remus's hands and enjoying the gentle scratch of Remus's nails on his scalp. He didn't want to think about it anymore, of course. Remus promised, tilting Harry's head back more, and rinsed the shampoo out before pouring a handful of conditioner into Harry's curls. You know, you might have your father's messy hair, but the texture is similar to Lily's. Really? Harry was slowly sinking back into little space, a warm haze taking over his mind as he was rinsed of all soaps and conditioners. He reacted with a soft whine as he was taken from the warm water before being wrapped in a warm towel. The little ended up being cradled to the werewolf's chest. I love you, Harry, Remus murmured, kissing his forehead before bringing Harry back to the bedroom where Sirius was remaking the bed with fresh sheets. "You okay?" Sirius murmured while looking at the little boy who was playing with Remus's shirt. He had woken up thanks to the smell of urine. He knew it wouldn't be the last time either, but it did not bother him at all. He was big for a bit but went under while in the bath. He was very upset for wetting the bed. Remus whispered, drying Harry and putting a cloth diaper on him and then some cute clothing that he had owl ordered for quick delivery last night, with Sirius paying for it despite Remus protesting a bit. Sirius had won the squabble by pointing out that he wanted to get Harry cute things too. Poor kid. He's gonna have a rough transition. Sirius sighed, looking pleased as Harry's face split into a huge grin at the sight of him. Hey there, Bambi. You happy to see me? Are you still tired, Sirius exchanged a look with Remus again, silently asking what he should do. He didn't want to mess up already. Harry, love. Thumb out. Remus chided gently, holding a brand new pacifier and prodding it into Harry's mouth once the thumb was out. Go back to sleep, love. It's okay. The clothes were soft fabrics anyways and would be decently comfortable to be slept in. Nye. Harry mumbled around the pacifier and went to sleep, Sirius having used a drying and detangling spell on Harry's hair before stripping off his own shirt to give Harry skin contact. Our boy is so tired. Sirius yawned, leaning back against the pillows. He was also very tired. The two caregivers had stayed up late to talk about their plans. It's only 5:30, Sirius. We can go back to bed. Remus agreed, cuddling close to his mate and their pup to sleep for a bit longer. Court. Kingsley Shacklebolt was reviewing the piece of parchment that held a few words about Sirius' incarceration date, the situation according to Dumbledore, and the signatures of Barty Crouch Sr. and the minister at the time. There was nothing about a trial or an interrogation, which was very shady and brought about the validity of Sirius' claims about being wrongly imprisoned. Plus, with the pensive memories provided by Sirius led to a compelling case along with the promise of more evidence to be delivered. He sat back, looking at his desk, and stretched with a low groan. He was working overtime on this and he could feel it in his bones. The dark-skinned Auror didn't react to the door opening past a faint grunt of acknowledgement. I brought the rest of our evidence. We'll need somewhere secure to show you though. Remus Lupin's voice alerted him to the nature of the visit and he rose to his full 6'3" height. Come with me. He took them to an interrogation room, shutting and then spelling the door locked. This was what he had been waiting for. This was the evidence he needed to lock the case completely for a win in court. Thank you. Remus set down a cage with a shabby-looking rat in it. Peter Pettigrew, James Potter, and Sirius Black were unregistered animagi, as you learned from the memories, correct? Well, I give you Peter Wormtail, Pettigrew in the rat flesh. This is Pettigrew. Kingsley stared at the rat, who squeaked up a storm. Animagus Revelar. He had removed Peter from the cage and held him down while he did the spell. A gaunt, balding man stood sniveling where a rat had been just before. His beady eyes looked around, trembling violently when he saw Remus glaring at him. He had the appearance of someone who had been quite plump before but had lost quite a bit of weight. Stupefy. Kingsley stunned the rat Animagus and put magic dampening cuffs on him, preventing him from being able to change. Would Sirius be willing to turn himself in for a few days? He and I are a bit touchy right now. Harry's come under our care recently and he's taken us as his caregivers. Remus fidgeted with his shirt. He knew it wasn't ideal that they had jumped into right away. That will also help the case really. If Big Harry can testify under Veritaserum, then it will show he was not confounded that night. Plus, with the bond in place, kissing Sirius would have a very bad effect on Harry, and Fudge won't want to do anything to harm the boy who lived. Kingsley was already planning for the reveal. Scratch that. I'll give you guys a date, place, and a time to show up. Thanks, Kingsley. Remus relaxed, knowing the aura would take care of things. I need to get back to shopping for Harry now. How old is he now? Kingsley asked, currently securing Peter into a portable cell in a briefcase that couldn't be escaped. He had been fond of Harry. James had been one of his friends also, and he had known Harry as a small baby. This was a good chance for him to hear news about the little 3. He's having some issues adjusting with the bathroom thing. Remus rubbed his neck, frowning. He gets super upset about it. He'll get used to it. Keep encouraging him and don't get mad about accidents. Kingsley's voice was further down now before getting closer as he got back out of the case. That's it. Just wait for my letter. Thanks again. Remus left and went to the stores, money bag full thanks to Sirius bankrolling the excursion for Harry's toys and clothing. He ended up returning to Grimald with his pockets full of shrunken bags and made his way inside.
No, Daddy.
Harry giggled, struggling away as Sirius raspberried his belly. Moomy, help! He caught sight of Remus. Sirius let the boy breathe. Remus laughed. He's got to see what I've brought him. Present? Harry was suddenly bashful. He hoped it was a good present and not a beating. Was good enough for a present? Honey, you are always good. Remus knelt down, pulling Harry into a tight hug and kissed his forehead. You are mine and Daddy's good boy, the very best. Sirius added, kissing the tip of his nose. You are so kind and sweet and wonderful. Most of all, you are an amazing little boy. Harry's little brain couldn't understand and he burst into tears, clinging to his caregivers. He was happy and confused at the same time, trying to process that someone loved him and they thought he was a good boy. It's all right. Remus' voice faintly registered, sinking through the layers of fluff in his head. It made him feel better and he curled up. The caregivers wouldn't hurt him. He was pretty sure of it. Poor baby. Sirius' calloused hand cupped his cheek, thumb rubbing lightly to wipe tears away. It made Sirius a bit upset to see Harry so distraught. Let's get off the floor. Remus stood while cradling Harry and the trio made their way to the couch in the room. Presents can wait. Harry was barely clinging to consciousness, tired out from the crying. He nuzzled into Remus tiredly and let himself fall asleep. He's going to give us a date, time, and place to show up to. He was pretty happy about Peter though. Remus noted. And about us being Harry's caregivers. Because of the effect the kiss would have on Harry if it happened to you. Hopefully this clears up soon so I can go out in public with Harry. Sirius sighed with a hopeful look on his face. We can be a family again and get out of this dreary house. Freedom. Remus' brain registered a happy baby smell as he woke from his nap, signifying his cub was awake and in a good mood. He smiled at the soft little mumbles Harry made as he talked quietly to himself. Harry, cub? Ah! Harry startled, looking spooked at the sudden sound of his Moomy talking. He had been lost in his own little world. Harry had a great imagination because it had been his only escape before Hogwarts. Sorry, baby. Remus apologized, kissing his forehead. Are you ready for your presents? Presents? Harry looked hesitant. Vernon had promised him presents before and then beaten him. The Dursleys had drilled into his head that freaks don't deserve presents. You'll like them, sweetheart. Remus needed to erase that bitter fear scent from his cub's scent. His cub needed to keep the happy baby smell that told Remus all was well. Not this bitter almond smell. Okay, Moomy, Harry whispered, curling in the werewolf's lap as Daddy went to get the gifts. Sirius returned with the gifts and resized them all. Okay, start with this one. Sirius gave Harry a large-sized package that held a wizarding train set that looked just like the Hogwarts Express. It was practically a standard gift to give to wizarding children for those who could afford it. Harry stared at it and then at Sirius. He was enamored with the gift but was afraid it would be taken. All for me? Yes, Bambi. It's just for you, sweetheart. It's yours. All of these are yours. Sirius sounded a bit hoarse. He gave Harry all the toys and books first, Harry repeating thank you over and over with each one. Then we've got some other things. Remus set a box in Harry's lap and heard the pleased gasp as Harry pulled out a new winter coat with the Potter family crest and the Black family crest. Harry loved all of his new clothing, refusing to take off his new coat until Remus showed him a sweater with both crests on it too. He watched his Moomy carefully put each item in a dresser drawer that was empty and in the wardrobe. We'll save your own room for once we get a new place. Sirius was cuddling his pup closely. Then you can decorate it. No cuboir? Harry looked stunned, big green eyes tearing up. He couldn't believe they wanted to give him a bedroom of his own. One that would be entirely his, not a storeroom that was filled with broken stuff. Absolutely not. Sirius growled and then took a deep breath. I'm sorry, Harry. I didn't mean to shout. You'll never ever go back in a cupboard again. We won't allow it. Remus added, sitting by his lover and his cub. You are our little boy. Love you, Daddy. Love you, Moomy. Harry wailed, looking overwhelmed. He was completely unused to so much love and affection. We love you so much, cub. Remus wrapped his arms around Sirius and Harry. Shoo shoo. It's okay. Oh, Harry. Sirius clutched the little to his chest even more. He had such an intense want to go hex the Dursleys black and blue with bruises and use all the dark spells he'd been made to learn. Daddy and Moomy are here for you.
Smon, baby.
You're okay. He let Harry under his shirt, using a wandless charm to make it a bit bigger so Harry wouldn't be crushed. Sirius felt how Harry took comfort in being able to hide yet be close to his caregivers. It made him pleased that Harry sought comfort from him. Remus inhaled deeply, taking in the combined sense of his mate and his cub and rumbling in pleasure. Moony had been slightly more active lately due to the new bond in his pack. Their cub was even more theirs now and it pleased Moony. You're ours till the end of the world. Sirius sounded like he would cry, making a firm promise to his little boy. I'm not letting you go again. Neither am I. Remus held both of them, feeling his protective instincts bubble up over him. These were his packmates and no one could take them from him ever again. Love, I'm here for my trial. Sirius Black followed Kingsley Shacklebolt into the courtroom. He was dressed to the nines in formal robes similar to what Orion Black had worn to Wizengamot sessions. It reminded the older members exactly who Sirius was and who his father had been. Orion had ruled the dark section with an iron fist, but he had also worked with the neutrals to help his agenda. He had taught his tricks to Sirius even as the boy rebelled because he wanted Sirius to know these things when he needed them. Sirius Black. The minister stared at the former convict. He couldn't believe Sirius had actually shown up. It was absolutely outrageous to the minister's tiny mind. Is it really? That's me. Sirius flashed a brief grin as he straightened his collar. He seemed like he had no reason to worry. He was displaying that he refused to be intimidated by the full Wizengamot. Lord Black has been reinstated by Gringotts as the head of Black as the last male of the main line. Kingsley announced to the courts. It was a well-known fact that Sirius should have been fully stripped of his heirship simply for being in Azkaban. The Blacks refused to allow a convict to be their head. So for Sirius to be the Lord, it meant something was wrong with the original conviction. I'm here to tell you what really happened 13 years ago. Sirius seated himself on the chair as Kingsley nodded encouragingly. He ignored the chains on the chair which hadn't wrapped around him, which was another sign for Sirius' innocence. I seem to recall a kiss on sight order. Dolores Umbridge simpered with a nasty expression. She didn't want to have a scandal which would affect her precious Cornelius Fudge. Unless you want to fry Harry Potter's brain, I wouldn't. Sirius scowled darkly at the former Slytherin. Harry Potter is my little to be specific. This is also registered with Gringotts and the paperwork has been turned in to the Ministry Office of Little Affairs also. Where is young Mr. Potter? Amelia Bones looked at Sirius with a raised eyebrow. She had known Sirius in school and had always felt he was innocent. The near worship Sirius had had for James Potter had been prominent in Hogwarts. They were rarely seen apart outside of detention or dates. Right here. Remus carried Harry in, the boy fully big at the moment. He was prepared to fight for his mate also. He would not lose Sirius when he had just gotten him back. Witness for the defense. Harry James Potter. Kingsley announced again. He was annoyed at Umbridge interjecting like that. She was a pain in the arse. How can we trust the word of a little? They don't always see clearly. Dolores interjected maliciously. Her eyes sparkled with an evil joy at trying to deny Sirius a witness. I hadn't yet reached my classification. I was entirely my own age. Harry spoke up, sitting in a comfortable chair that Kingsley conjured for him. I can submit the memories of what happened last June. Please. Amelia nodded and Kingsley collected the memories. She trusted Harry and that he would have no reason to lie. See here. Professor Snape said the boy had been confounded. His memories would of course be tilted in Black's favor. Dolores shouted, sounding incensed. She slammed her fist on the desk. His memories would reflect the changes as Black is not skilled in the Confundus charm. Amelia shook her head. Continue. Kingsley put the memories in a special pensieve and cast the spell to have it projected for everyone. The memory played out perfectly, no sign of tampering at all. It also matched with what Hermione, Harry and Ron had said. I have also taken Peter Pettigrew into custody. Kingsley announced. Ordrex, please bring in the prisoner. A skinny black-haired wizard brought in Peter Pettigrew, the rat Animagus looking terrified. He was strapped into a similar chair to the one that Sirius was sat in. The chains wrapped tightly around Peter's body. Administer the Veritaserum. Amelia ordered and an Auror did so. What is your full name? Pettigrew was identified as a Death Eater by the mark on his arm and confirmed that he had sold Lily and James out. Sirius gave his own testimony after and finally, he was cleared of all charges provided he register as an Animagus. He was also awarded a hefty sum of money in recompense. Back at Black Manor, Remus? Sirius looked at Remus, looking slightly dazed. He was in sheer disbelief at what had just happened. Yes, sweetheart? Remus had a tender look on his face, knowing Sirius needed the soft affection rather than their usual bantering affection. I'm free. Sirius sounded choked up. I can have my family with you and Harry. We can be a family. No one can take him from us again. He's ours. He held the sleeping little tightly, rocking back and forth. He was overcome with so many different emotions but mostly relief. His magic filled the room, covering Remus and himself. When it faded, they had been returned to the prime of their lives at about 20 years old. It was Lady Magic giving them a second chance from the age they had been before things had gone to Hades in a handbasket. Sirius. Remus breathed out, moving over to kiss at his mate's neck. He could no longer smell the sickness that had clung to Sirius like skunk spray clung to whatever had been sprayed. Love you, writes, how a Malfoy could be a little is beyond me. The painting of Abraxas Malfoy sneered from its place in Lucius' office. The former patriarch was very judgmental and harsh. He was very much the stereotypical pureblood. Father, people would never suspect him of wrongdoing now. After all, littles are considered incapable of being bad. Lucius had had this discussion with his father's portrait many times since Draco's classification. He didn't really care what Draco was so long as he was healthy. Malfoys rarely had more than one child after all. Draco was his only child and Lucius didn't want to be the same kind of father that Abraxas had been. Draco was currently with Narcissa, being read to from his favorite book of fairy tales. It was something they had done ever since Draco had been born, which was why he didn't protest. He was curled under his mother's arm, looking at the old book and listening to the soft cadence of her voice. His mother was so beautiful to him with her soft blonde hair and shining blue eyes. Draco, you need to stop repressing your little space. It's not healthy. Narcissa had noticed Draco's thumb inching towards his mouth, and then Draco glaring at the appendage like it had done him wrong. Malfoys shouldn't be littles. Draco sulked, glaring at his mother slightly. He sounded petulant as he spoke. But you are, and that's okay. Your father and I love you just as you are. Draco. Narcissa sighed, tired out from the long day. She wouldn't be telling Draco that Blaise Zabini and Theo Knott were being looked at for his caregivers at school and at home. She feared it would put him into a rage and that his magic would cause an accident. Mother, is father upset with me? Draco's voice was quiet. He looked worried and oh so very small.
No, Draco.
He isn't. He's upset with his father's portrait. Narcissa shook her head, moving Draco into her lap. You are a little because that's what Lady Magic decided you were meant to be. It would be blasphemy to hate what she's blessed you with. You're exactly as you're meant to be. Potter is a little too. Draco looked up at his mother, silently beseeching her to understand what he's asking for. Sirius was released from his fugitive status today. I'll see if he'll be amenable to a meeting. Narcissa understood what he was asking. It's time for dinner, Draco. Yes, mother. Draco sulked as Narcissa carried him to the dining room and into his special seat. He hated being in the high chair because that's what it was no matter what his mother said. Did you enjoy reading with your mother, Draco? Lucius ran a hand over Draco's fine blonde hair. He had been making more of an effort to show his affection for his son and not be a carbon copy of his father. His own childhood had been filled with stinging hexes and sharp slaps. The only gentle touches had come from his godmother, who had had to be very careful. Yes, father. Draco nodded, eating neatly and preventing his little space from taking over and eating with his hands. He had been little once, and that was right after the potion had been administered. He was getting unhealthy, looking with dark shadows under his eyes. Draco. Lucius sighed. His son needed to let his little space free. It wasn't good to repress the other side of you. He was a submissive and his wife was a flex, which meant she could help Lucius but not entirely satisfy his need. That was where Severus came in. The man was as dominant as they came. No. Malfoys aren't little. Draco yelled suddenly, magic lashing out and shaking the table and sending chairs flying. He had been having more and more outbursts like that lately. Draco Lucius Malfoy. Severus had just come in the dining room to see the family. Draco shrunk down in his seat, swallowing harshly and gripping the high chair. He knew what was coming. Severus lifted him from the chair and took him to another room, laying the boy over his lap and paddled his bare bottom. It stung Severus' hand as he spanked Draco because he felt like was failing as the third parent. Draco cried, thrashing about in the beginning and going limp by the end as he sobbed. His little space crested over like a tidal wave and he wailed, clutching Severus' pant leg in his hands. Now, no need for that. Severus fixed the cloth diaper back into place and cradled Draco. Let's get back to your father. Narcissa had gone to her section of the house for some peace. Her mind was all jumbled up. It always messed her up when she had to know her son was punished. Give him here. Lucius snatched Draco from Severus, crooning softly to the boy. His protective instincts were flaring. He may be a submissive, but this was his child. You're okay, Draco. It had to be done. And he's in his little space. Severus wasn't sorry. Blaise Zabini is here also. Jip, bring our guest to the sunroom. Lucius ordered, carrying Draco tenderly. This was his child, and he only wanted the best for him. Blaise waited, not seating himself until Lucius, Severus, and Draco were seated. Lord Malfoy, Lord Prince Heir Malfoy, Heir Zabini. You were classified as a caregiver, yes? Lucius got right to the point. He wanted only the best for his son. Yes, sir. Blaise nodded, steepling his fingers. He had a curious look in his eyes. And you are one of Draco's dearest friends. Lucius locked eyes with Blaze. He looked like the regal pureblood he was. Blaze? Draco looked up from where he'd been tucked against Lucius' firm body. Hey there, Draco. Blaze's whole demeanor changed, softening as he looked at the small boy. He really did care for the other male. Father, is my Blaze. Draco was excited, silver eyes huge as he looked at Blaze. He squirmed from Lucius' lap after the older blonde nodded. He toddled his way over to Blaze, lifting his arms to be held.
Se mere, dragon.
Blaze murmured, using the nickname he and Draco had agreed on in private. He lifted the little easily, settling the boy in his lap. He seems to like you, Lucius noted, having a pleased look in his eyes. He had been hopeful that it would go well. He had known Blaze since the boy had been a 3-year-old. Told you so. Severus muttered low enough for only Lucius to hear. He had known how close Blaze and Theo were to Draco. He had seen them interacting at school and how the two seemed to be protective even before classification. So Zebini, what do you think about being Draco's caregiver? On a trial basis, of course. No need to do any bonding yet. Lucius sat back with one leg crossed over the other. Yes. Blaze nodded slowly. Are you still going to have Theo too? We'll have him come for a meeting on his own and then one with you and him both to see how the dynamic works. Severus spoke, settling a possessive hand on Lucius' thigh. Thank you for this opportunity. Blaze cuddled Draco, who had been listening quietly. He really wanted to be Draco's caregiver. Draco had been his best friend since he was 3 years old. Well, we'll leave you two to interact. Jip will take you to his quarters. Severus pulled Lucius up and dragged the other man out before he could protest. Draco needed to interact on his own without worrying about Lucius and Severus' reactions. Train station. Look at those curls, Remy. Sirius had given Harry a bath and the little's hair had dried in loose curls. They're so cute. Remind me why I'm the mother? Remus spoke dryly, looking at Sirius and then at Harry, who just stared at them with big eyes. He sounded unbearably fond though. It gave him great joy at hearing Sirius marvel at simple things. Because you're a mother hen, Sirius quipped, grinning broadly as he held Harry. Isn't that right, Bambi? Mumi is the mother hen. Mumi. Harry reached for Remus, feeling very squished by Sirius' tight hold. Help, Mumi.
Se mere.
Remus stole the little, tucking him close against his chest but not holding too tightly. I'll save you from Daddy. Daddy forgets his own strength sometimes. Harry giggled as Sirius pouted, waving at the older male before cuddling into the werewolf's chest. He had never felt so safe or so happy before. He tilted his head up a bit. Mumi. Harry squirmed and kissed the werewolf's cheek when Remus dipped his head down towards the boy. Love Mumi and Daddy. Love you too, Bambi. Sirius grinned, ruffling the boy's curls. It made him laugh to see the curls settle back into absolute disarray. I love you very much. Remus smacked a gentle kiss to Harry's cheek with an exaggerated kissing noise that sent the little into peals of laughter. Later that day, Harry goes back to Hogwarts in a few days. Remus looked sad, resting his elbows on his knees. He didn't want the boy to be away from them. I know, Moony. I'm gonna miss him. Sirius also looked down. He hated thinking about Harry leaving to go to school. Fred and George have agreed to look after him and Ron and Hermione will too. Remus ran a scarred hand through his own hair. And he comes to us on the weekends. Minerva has already agreed to it. Oh good. Hey, you owe me 10 galleons for Fred and Hermione dating. Sirius smirked brightly. He had known it from the moment he had seen them together. I already paid you in another way. You're getting very greedy, love. Remus' lips curled up in a smirk also. But Rem, you paid me so good. I can't help but want more. Sirius crawled into Remus' lap and kissed his boyfriend. He was ever so glad that Harry was napping upstairs and that they had some time to themselves. Behave. The baby is sleeping, Sirius. Remus snorted, pulling back and looking fondly at the Lord Black in his lap. He was happy to see the light back in his lover's eyes and he wanted to keep it there. P September 1st. Don't wanna go. Harry sulked, clutching at Remus' robes as his little side bled through a bit. He wanted the older men to teach him. You need to go. You'll see us every weekend. Okay? Remus promised, knowing Sirius was very close to keeping Harry home with them. But I want to stay with you. Harry had terrible abandonment issues. He didn't want to go anywhere that the older men were not. I'll be good. Promise. Please. I know, Harry. But you get to see your friends. And you can flew us anytime. Remus reminded him, swaying slightly to calm Harry. It was rare that Harry let them hold him when he was big. It broke his heart to hear Harry say that. You're always good, sweetheart. Promise. I'm gonna miss you. Harry admitted, burying his face in Remus' neck and clinging tightly. He didn't seem like he would let go. I know, sweetheart. You know I'd keep you with us in a heartbeat if we could. Cub. Remus soothed, stroking Harry's hair and continuing to sway. They would be leaving to the train station soon. Where's Sirius? Harry questioned, peering around for his other caregiver and pouting when his padfoot hadn't appeared. Packing up some of your little stuff for Fred and Hermione to use if you drop. Remus explained, perching on the couch. He wants to make sure everything is perfect. Not gonna drop while at school. Gonna wait till I come home for the weekends. Harry spoke stubbornly, pouting. He didn't want to drop without Sirius or Remus. Love, you still need to wear pull-ups to sleep and during the day. Your body doesn't have the best control right now. Remus spoke gently and Harry just stared at him. No, I won't. Harry sobbed, jumping off of Remus' lap and running away. He was unhappy with even thinking about dropping. Whoa, hey, what's going on, Bambi? Sirius caught Harry as Harry bounced off his leg. He scooped the little up, rubbing his back firmly as Harry dropped fully into his little space. Daddy! Harry cried, clinging to Sirius' neck as the black-haired man walked back into the room Harry had just exited. Daddy's right here. Sirius kissed Harry's forehead. What happened? Rem?
P-U-L-L-U-P-S.
Remus spelled out and Sirius nodded to show he understood. The werewolf carefully changed Harry's underwear into a discreet pull-up in case of an accident. Got everything? Yep. Let's get heading out. Sirius wrapped Harry into a traveling blanket to keep the flu dust from getting in his face. He stepped through to platform 934, immediately spotting Neville Longbottom. Harry, your friend Neville is here. Neville? Harry sniffled, lifting his head to look and saw the blonde boy coming towards them. He liked Neville a lot. Hi there, Harry. Neville greeted, smiling at him. How was your summer? Good, Neville. Went to the cup with my Wheezies. Harry grinned now as Sirius walked further in the platform with Remus following and Neville close by. Speaking of, look who's here. Hermione and Fred are gonna play with you on the train. Sirius smiled as Remus gave Hermione all of Harry's things. Freddie. Mione. Harry gasped, looking delighted to see them. Where Ron? And Georgie? They're getting us a compartment, Harry. Hermione told the little with a soft smile on her face. Luna and I will be sitting with you guys too. Neville grinned. She got us one of the biggest compartments. Yay! Who Luna? Harry blinked in confusion after. He didn't really know Luna. A very nice girl. You'll like her. Neville promised with an easygoing smile. He was fond of the blonde girl. She wasn't afraid to get dirty and was very friendly to the plants in the greenhouses. All she asked was that he respect her creatures. Harry, Moomy and I have to go now. It's time to get on the train. Sirius got Harry's attention before kissing his cheeks and passing him to Remus for the same treatment. We'll see you this weekend. Make sure to say hi to Minnie and everyone else for us. Remus smiled at Harry and pressed kisses to every inch of his face before giving him to Fred. He and Sirius disapparat before the tears could start, knowing they wouldn't be able to leave him with them if they saw him cry. Trains. Fred shifted Harry in his arms, smiling at the little who still looked confused. He knew the exact moment that Harry realized Sirius and Remus had left. The little's face falling and tears filled the emerald green eyes of the little. Harry, love. Let's go see Ron, Georgie, and Luna. Hermione tried to distract him, but Harry just sobbed quietly. Hermione felt sad that she couldn't help Harry calm down. Here. Neville took Harry, who had been struggling against Fred. He led the way towards where he had last seen Luna and climbed on the train. He found Luna and the others who had spread out to keep anyone else out. "Harry, what's wrong?" Ron was immediately worried about his best friend, accepting the upset little from Neville. He made sure that no prefects were around and made Harry's bag bigger. He grabbed the knitted blanket and wrapped Harry into it. "Gone," Harry cried, looking at Ron with wet green eyes. He looked so distraught, and it broke everyone's hearts to hear his distress. He hated being separated from his caregivers. "You'll see them during the weekend, Harry," Hermione explained, stroking Harry's messy hair. "It won't feel very long." "Want them?" Harry insisted, curling up to Ron, who seemed the most sympathetic to him. He clutched Ron's sweater in his hands. The ginger was his favorite person out of his friends, even if the boy was very temperamental and kind of stupid at times with social cues. "We can do a flu call after dinner tonight," George spoke up reassuringly. "Minnie McGee will let you use her flu, Harry. She adores you." "Minnie?" Harry's nose wrinkled curiously. He couldn't imagine someone calling Minerva Minnie. "Professor McGonagall," Hermione corrected primly. She didn't approve of the twins calling professors by their first names. "The professor never has Raxperts around her. She is remarkably clear-headed." Luna's airy voice filled the compartment for once. "What that?" Harry looked at Luna curiously, who pulled out a big album of various drawings of creatures that she and her father had found. "Raxperts make people's heads fuzzy," Luna explained, opening the album to the correct page and showing the drawing. The rest of the train ride was spent happily with conversation and feeding Harry food when it was time. Littles and their caregivers. Fred climbed in with Luna, George, and Neville. He blinked as Blaise Zabini, Theodore Nott, and Draco Malfoy also got in. He didn't say anything though, focusing on keeping Harry asleep. "Baze, he sleepin'?" Draco whispered in his caregiver's ear, looking at Harry. He was close to his little space at the moment. "Yes, Dragon. He's sleeping. He's very small, which means he needs to sleep more." Blaise petted Draco's hair gently. "I'm a big boy." Draco said it a bit louder. He smirked with a pleased look at being a big boy. "Yes, but you need to be quiet." Theo shushed his little. He took Draco into his lap and pressed a kiss to his temple. He knew Draco would be out within minutes, and he was right. The little blonde was sound asleep after 2 minutes of the carriage moving. "He seems happier," Luna spoke, looking at Draco. "Daddy and his father are brothers." "I did not know that." Neville stared at Luna. It wasn't a well-known fact really. No one associated eccentric Xenophilius Lovegood with prim Lucius Malfoy. "Take care of my cousin well, or you may find a nest of nargles in your proximity." Luna did what was as close to a threat as possible for her. "We will." Theo spoke, Blaise staring impassively at Luna before he nodded. The carriage lapsed into silence, conscious of the tenuous truce for the sake of the 2 sleeping littles. Topics. "This is something that makes me extremely pleased." "Hold tight." Tears. "I honestly hate Ron x Hermione. In my opinion, he is not good enough for her. He is rude, crude, an asshole, abandoned Harry so many times. And J.K. Rowling has said that Harry and Hermione was supposed to happen." Fred gently woke Harry up once they arrived at the castle, not wanting loud noises to do it. Harry did not handle sudden loud noises very well. "Harry, love, can you wake up for me?" George had caught the pacifier as it fell, tucking it back in its case and then into his pocket. He really enjoyed having the little around. Harry was their youngest brother, no matter what anyone said. "Yeah, it's me." Fred smiled at Harry. "We're going to be having dinner soon. Are you hungry, love?" Harry's belly growled as though on command. He was hungry because he hadn't eaten much on the train. "Okay, baby, we'll get you something to eat." George smiled now, accepting the little who had reached for him. He tucked Harry against him carefully as they walked inside. Luna casually sat at the Gryffindor table with them, ignoring the odd looks she received. She truly did not care what anyone else thought. The tables had little finger foods for the littles to snack on while the sorting went on. George snagged a bowl of strawberries, remembering they were Harry's favorite. He settled in and started to feed Harry the fruit as Ron and Hermione hurried over to them. "How is he?" Hermione sat down and started to look over the little. She was definitely a caregiver as she fussed over everyone. No, Mione. Harry whined softly when she got in the way of his fruit. He just wanted to eat his strawberries. Mione, give him some space. Ron laughed, sitting next to Dean and Seamus who had sat by them. Dean was Seamus' sub. Sorry, Harry. Hermione kissed the little's forehead and backed off. Fred wrapped an arm around his girlfriend's shoulders lovingly. More, Georgie? Harry squirmed in his wet pull-up and blushed heavily. He still didn't like people changing him. George stood up and went off into a side room designed for this purpose, changing Harry quickly. He scooped the boy up once he washed his hands and took him back to their friends. The ginger sat and started feeding Harry more fruit, wanting the upset look to leave. Harry calmed down after a bit, eating the fruit happily as the sorting went on. He didn't pay attention until the Weasley twins both booed. He stared up at George, pulling on him lightly. Georgie? Harry tugged again at George. He hadn't heard what Dumbledore said. Yes, love? George's attention was fully on Harry now. He looked over Harry in a worried fashion. Why boo? The little didn't understand. He tilted his head adorably. Ah, Quidditch was cancelled, honey. Freddie and I are disappointed. George explained, settling Harry more in his lap. Harry frowned, looking at George. He was distracted as the serving plates appeared on the table, signifying the actual beginning of the feast. George filled a plate for Harry and himself, finding it easier to feed him like that. He made sure Harry ate enough before starting to eat his own meal. Here. Hermione took Harry from George, rocking the tired little in her lap. She had only eaten a little bit, upset about house elves. She shifted Harry, making sure he was situated comfortably. Shoo, it's okay. Harry rested his head on Hermione's chest, closing his eyes and accepting the pacifier in his mouth. He was too tired and too little to really care about his location. Minerva gave the location of the quarters for Harry, Hermione, and Fred. By default, that included George. She told them the temporary password and then hurried on to tell the rest of the littles and their caregivers. By a silent agreement, all of them, except Ron who was too busy eating, got up and went to the new quarters. A quiet discussion brought about the password of Lilypad for now. A dominant. Neville blushed all the way to the tips of his ears. He had nearly peed himself when he had gotten his classification. He firmly believed it was wrong. He couldn't possibly be a dominant. I can't wait to find out mine. Luna's airy voice reminded them that she was present. I keep forgetting that you're not in the same grade as Mione, Harry, and Neville. Fred squinted at the blonde girl. Me too. George agreed. But you're pretty cool for a third year. Are you two being bizarre? Hermione sat next to her boyfriend, smiling at him. Nah. George answered casually. He was happy Fred and Hermione were together. He go down okay? Fred questioned. Yeah. Didn't wake up when I changed him. Hermione was glad of it too.
I'm honestly tired.
So if you'll excuse me, I'm going to bed. She went to her room. You two are welcome here anytime. Okay? George reminded Neville and Luna. Thank you, George. Luna smiled and pulled Neville out by the hand. George settled in to watch the fire for a bit as Fred went off to their shared room. This will be a very interesting year, he thought to himself, watching the flames spark and crackle. Class. Neville's hair color was never given in the books, but J.K. Rowling has described him as blonde. However, Fanon usually gives him brown hair, possibly because of Matthew Lewis, who portrays him in the films. I go by this interview because that is always how I pictured Neville. As a blonde. Are you ready to go, Fred? Hermione was double-checking her bag to make sure she had everything. She heard an indistinct answer as footsteps echoed through the room. George has Harry. They'll be along shortly. Fred paused to kiss Hermione softly, looking at his girlfriend fondly. The Weasley was gentle with his girlfriend more often than not despite knowing her strength. She was strong and stubborn and beautiful to him. They'll meet us at breakfast. Okay. Do you have everything? Hermione neatened Fred's tie, kissing his cheek after. It was just habit for her to neaten clothing for the boys. It was one manner of her caregiver status coming through. Yeah. Fred held Hermione's hand as they walked to the Great Hall. Luna was waiting for them with Neville at the table. Where's Harry? Neville was fond of the other boy. He also wanted to see how the boy was doing. He continued eating, having paused to speak. With George. They'll be down soon. Hermione answered, smiling at the blonde boy sweetly. She was glad they were becoming closer friends with Neville. Oh good. Luna leaned into Neville's side a bit. She was most likely to be a submissive and she was proud of it. George came in with Harry in his arms, the little's head resting on the ginger's shoulder. Morning, you lot. Morning, George. Neville greeted cheerfully. Good morning, Harry.
No.
Harry was grumpy. He dug his face into George's neck, clinging to him. He was grumpy because he had just barely woken up. Harry, that is not nice. Hermione scolded gently. She just wanted Harry to be kind. Morning, Neville. Harry lifted his head to look at the blonde boy. He looked apologetic for being snippy. Did you sleep well? Neville smiled at Harry softly. He didn't mind if the little was snippy. It was rather cute in his opinion. MHM. Harry nodded, the little being turned in George's lap so he could be fed. He started with porridge and some sausage, making happy noises as he was fed. Good.
I'm glad.
Neville had a sweet patience about him that helped when he worked with his plants. He always took the time to understand them and their needs. He was attempting to apply it to people. Harry, are you excited for classes? Hermione asked the little, curious if he would be. She knew Harry liked learning. You're gonna see Professor McGonagall today too, George added with a mischievous grin. He knew Harry liked Minerva. Gonna see Minnie? Harry perked up. He adored the professor. She had stopped by a few times at Grimmauld to talk about his individual arrangements. It was customary for the head of each house to do so for their more vulnerable students. Good morning, Mr. Potter. Minerva was handing out schedules and stopped to give Harry's schedule to Hermione. Minnie. Harry smiled brightly at the witch, her stern expression softening. His whole face had lit up when he saw her. I'm professor when at school, Harry. Minerva reminded the little who pouted but nodded. Across the room with Draco. Draco, you need to eat. Starving yourself won't change your classification. Theo pleaded quietly, trying to get the Malfoy to stop being so stubborn. He couldn't understand why Draco had such a problem with his classification. Not hungry. Draco turned his nose up into the air. Don't need food. I'm going to tell Blaise. Theo used a last-ditch effort. It was one that caught Draco's attention. Tell me what? Blaise had been running a bit behind, making sure Draco's diaper bag and his school bag were packed. Draco is refusing to eat. Theo looked at Blaise in relief. The darker boy was the one in charge of punishment because Theo couldn't bear to truly punish Draco, something the little blonde took advantage of at times. Draco, you will eat. Blaise said it as an order. He was absolutely not dealing with any brattiness. Or I'll tell your Papa Severus. He said the lower part quieter. You wouldn't. Draco gasped, looking horrified. He couldn't believe Theo had told on him or that Blaise would tell on him to Papa Severus. I would, after I took you out and spanked your arse. Understand me? Blaise hated being harsh, but he needed to get it through Draco's head. The little blonde turned away from Blaise, crawling into Theo's lap to be fed. He was shunning Blaise for saying he was going to spank him. Theo gave Blaise a grateful look over Draco's head, feeding the small boy. Blaise accepted all 3 schedules from Snape, shaking his head at the professor's silent question. He could deal with Draco's brattiness himself with Theo's help. We have Transfiguration first. Hermione checked hers and Harry's schedules, Neville carrying the little for her. Oh good. Neville chuckled, shifting Harry carefully and watching the little peer around curiously from his arms. We go see Professor Minnie? Harry sounded hopeful. He wanted to see the stern witch. Yes, Harry. We're going to have Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. Hermione confirmed as they entered the classroom. She had Neville sit with her at one of the special desks. It had a raised, cushioned chair for the little and 2 normal chairs for the caregiver and another person. Harry saw the familiar animagus on the desk and waved excitedly. Hi! Professor McGonagall changed back and approached. Hello, Harry. Now, remember not to speak out of turn. I don't want to have to not give you a star. I be good. Promise. Harry said it as solemnly as a little boy could. Can be quiet. Good. I believe in you. Professor McGonagall ruffled Harry's hair and went back to her desk. She was neutral with caregiver tendencies. Back at Grimmauld, I miss him. Sirius griped, looking at Remus with a pouty expression. He wanted Harry home right that instant. It's only been like 2 days. Remus looked at his boyfriend fondly. We'll see him Friday night. That's too far away. The grim Animagus whined, pacing around the room. It's like 4 days away. Calm down. Remus chuckled, using magic to summon Sirius to him. He trapped the dark-haired man in his lap and kissed him, licking into his mouth eagerly. The werewolf knew a good way to distract Sirius was to rile him up in a different way. Back at school, lunchtime. No one. Harry fussed grumpily, pushing at Hermione. He didn't want her. He cried for George as soon as he saw him. Georgie! Georgie! Come here, little brother. What's the matter? The ginger scooped Harry up from Hermione's unresisting arms. He sat at the table with Harry held close, rocking the little a bit. No one, Mione. Mione mean. Harry sobbed, overtired and in desperate need of a nap. He rubbed his cheek on George's chest. What did that Mione do to you, Harry? George played along, grabbing a bottle of water that appeared next to his plate. Said I need nap. Harry sounded adorably outraged. He was clutching at George's robes tightly. That naughty girl. Maybe Mione needs a nap and not Harry. Fred had just sat down by them. Freddie. Harry nodded several times, pleased they saw it his way. He noticed the bottle in George's hand and reached for it, latching on immediately once it was by his mouth. He drank vigorously, holding onto George's wrist as the red head held the bottle. Slow down, love. You'll get an icky belly drinking that fast. George pulled the bottle free and heard Harry whimper. Harry, they have lots of fruits. Hermione distracted the little, filling a bowl with the little's favorite fruits. She helped George feed him and then looked amused as Fred took the little off to change him. He does need a nap. George chuckled once Harry was far enough away that he couldn't hear them. Oh, definitely. And it's either you or Fred that has to watch him. I have potions and all littles are required to take at least 1 nap a day. Hermione hummed. We need to work a schedule on who has him when, because he's not allowed in potions or defense or in most of the greenhouses for herbology. True. George pulled out his timetable and Fred's too. Hermione pulled out her own and they started comparing. Well, I have a free period next. So Mondays I take him after lunch. You take him for the morning. We'll work on it tonight. I need to get going so I'm not late. Here's his bake. Hermione passed over the school bag for Harry as Fred had the diaper bag. She hurried off to get to the dungeons. Mione go to class? Fred set Harry back into George's lap. The little fussed a bit at being moved but was distracted with more of his favorite foods. Yep. We started the schedule for who has Harry. George rocked Harry gently against him once the little finished eating. Take him to go lay down. Fred had a class. The twins weren't allowed to have too many free periods together anymore. The redhead wandered off to class. Just you and me, Harrykins. George murmured, standing and walking off with the 2 bags shrunk in his pocket. He opted to go to their dorm rather than one of the designated nap rooms for littles. He undressed Harry and himself, the little entirely asleep already. George set an alarm and laid down, Harry on his chest and let himself also fall asleep. Who said only littles could nap? Jewel, don't wanna. Draco was stubbornly refusing to take a nap during his designated nap time. Am a big boy, Blaze. You will lay down and sleep. Blaze laid Draco back down on the bed. He had taken Draco back to their apartments for a nap. The little popped back up, scowling heavily. No! Draco shouted, crossing his arms. He yelped as he was flipped over Blaze's lap and had his bottom spanked. His lower lip trembled as he tried not to cry. He was a big boy and big boys didn't cry. His big mind was influencing his little mind. No. Yes, dragon. You need to nap. Blaze lifted the little to rest on his chest and rocked him. I'll lay with you, okay? You won't be alone. Draco gave in to his tears and buried his face into Blaze's shoulder, little mind firmly shoving his big mind back. He cried himself to sleep, clinging to his caregiver. Blaze sighed in relief, pulling the blanket up on them. He tilted his head back and set an alarm before falling asleep also. Theo found them 2 hours later, Blaze's alarm having been dismissed by the older boy's magic. He crept in quietly and lifted Draco up, shushing the little sleepy whine. The not heir took him to their living room and sat on the couch. "Hey there, Draco," Theo murmured softly, looking at the sleepy little. Draco just cuddled into Theo and tried to fall back asleep. "Nai, Theo," Draco mumbled, burying his face against him. He wanted to stay asleep and not do anything else. "You have classes, Draco." Theo gently bounced the little. He laid Draco down and switched the magic pull-up. He redressed Draco and got their bags. "We've got history now." Draco looked mutinous, not wanting to sit through the most boring class ever. He sulked the whole way there, pulling the back of Theo's hair in retaliation for making him go. Theo just sighed, mentally making a note to tell Blaze of the naughty behavior. He sat down, Draco in his lap, and started reading the textbook. With the twins, well, Forge, I think we've got the schedule completed. Fred had a copy of his girlfriend's timetable along with Harry's, and had filled a blank timetable with who would have Harry when. Good. George copied the timetable and stuck a copy in a folder Hermione had given him to help his organizational skills. "Anyways, are you really thinking about joining the Tri-Wizard tournament?" "I was, but then I remembered that Harry still needs me. I couldn't help take care of him if I did." Fred pouted with a sulky expression. He whined at his twin quietly. "But will you help me sneak across the age line?" George had the aging potion prepared. Of course. We're George and Fred. Fred sounded outraged that his twin would even suggest that they would do something separately. "That's right, brother. We are." George smiled at his twin. He impulsively hugged Fred tightly, having missed his brother earlier. He preferred when they had classes together. They had always been together for longer than he could remember, and he literally shared a soul with his other half. "Sorry for neglecting you a bit." Fred hugged back, holding his brother close. He felt the familiar warmth of his brother's magic wrapping around his own and sunk into the happy, blissful state that came from it. "Blondie, sorry guys. I am not making this drawry. That's one thing that is never going to happen. Also, as a reminder, Snape is with Lucius. They are a couple. There are no mates. Everything is contracts or vows. I'm not little right now. I am going for a walk. By myself." Harry spoke very clearly and distinctly. He glared at Hermione, silently daring her to try and tell him no while he's big. "And if you follow me, I'll get on my firebolt and go flying in the Forbidden Forest." Hermione clamped her mouth shut, looking peeved and wishing the twins were there. George had a way with Harry whether he was big or not. She hated fighting with Harry. Harry had forgotten the map. Remus had hidden it, so they couldn't follow him, and he left the apartments. He wandered for a bit, not paying attention to where he was going until he bumped into a wall. He frowned, fighting down the irrational urge to cry, and looked around. The little had managed to wander pretty far down into the dungeons, and he didn't recognize anything around him. Harry frowned, turning to go back the way he came, and ended up in a room with multiple exits. His heart started to race, anxiety rising up at the thought of being lost. His battle against his little side was not going well, and a plaintive cry welled up to echo in the stone room. The small black-haired boy just flopped to the ground and cried, little side taking over. He was cold, lonely and terrified, and absolutely lost. His magic was trying to keep him from freezing, but it was very cold that deep in the dungeons. Elsewhere, Snape's wards on the lower dungeons alerted him to them being crossed. He scowled, pushing back from his desk in his office, and made his way through the lower dungeons easily. He had spent years exploring them and also casting spells to let him know if anyone was down there and was lost. The potions master occasionally cast a spell to make sure he was on the right track to find the lost person. He might hate teaching, but he was not going to let someone truly be lost. Snape wouldn't have even responded so quickly if the wards hadn't told him that it was a little that was lost pretty deep. He was many things, but he wasn't willing to let a little be lost. It reminded him way too much of Draco, and he knew his heart would break if something happened to the little blonde. As he got closer, he could hear the sounds of sobbing and the little calling for their caregivers. Severus entered the room and just stopped, pinching the bridge of his rather large nose, and inhaled deeply. Of course it would be Harry freaking Potter. Lost. Harry sobbed, clinging to the robes of his savior. He didn't even register who had found him. I see that. Snape snorted dryly. He attempted to detach the little from his robes and almost lost his hearing from the unholy terrified shriek Harry produced. He winced, rubbing his ears, and sighed. If you will not walk next to me, then you must be carried. Harry's arms shot up quickly, grasping onto the fabric over Severus' chest. The greasy-haired man grumbled but picked him up, patting his back. Presently, he swiftly made his way through the halls in the dungeon and back out to near his office. We will go see Madame Pomfrey, Snape told the boy, summoning a blanket from his office as he could feel how chilled the little was. He glared at everyone who stared at him, issuing detentions if they continued gawking. Ah, Professor Snape. Dumbledore had been talking to Madame Pomfrey. The headmaster had a jovial expression until he realized what Snape was carrying. Potter got lost in the dungeons. Snape attempted to put Harry down, which of course caused another shriek. Potter, you will cease your racket this instant. You must be checked over. Now, Severus. He's terrified. Madame Pomfrey scolded with a scowl on her normally cheerful face. I will go flew his caregivers. I'm sure they must be panicking over what they are feeling from the bond. Dumbledore smiled and left to his office. He was met by several students who complained of the unfair detentions from Snape, which were removed promptly. Severus grumbled more but ceased attempting to remove Harry. He could feel an unpleasant wetness seeping from Harry and onto himself, which caused a huge scowl to break out. Harry, can you lift your head, please? Madame Pomfrey spoke in a gentle tone, smiling when the boy did as asked. She wiped his face clean and got him to drink a little friendly pepper-up potion. Thank you for being brave, Harry. Remus came through first, wolf instincts running high. He snatched the little from Snape and started smelling him, searching any injuries that way. His usually green eyes glowed gold, Moony very nearly in control. You found him? Sirius couldn't bring himself to spit his usual nastiness at Snape. No, Black. Snape snarked sarcastically. One of Zeno Lovegood's creatures did. Thank you. Sirius spoke sincerely, seizing Snape in a hug before whirling to check on his hysterical little. Snape just made such a sour face and cast cleansing charms on his clothing. He couldn't believe that Sirius Black had hugged him. Moomy. Harry was crying against Remus' neck, clinging tightly. Daddy, Daddy is here. Sirius soothed, hugging both of them close. He couldn't help but press kisses to the back of Harry's head. He had been frightened beyond belief when the bond between him and Harry had come alive with absolute terror and distress from the little side. I'll be going now. Snape left the room, highly uncomfortable. He found Granger, Weasley twins, and Weasley youngest boy coming to the infirmary. And where were you that Mr. Potter was unsupervised? Shove off, Snape. Ron snarled angrily, attempting to go around. Ron. Hermione scolded. Harry was perfectly big when he left. He wanted to be alone on a walk. You should have cast a tracking charm. Snape's temper was making a comeback. You better stay away from the infirmary. Mr. Lupin's other half will tear you apart. He also gave them several detentions and went to talk to McGonagall. You don't think? Ron was even paler than normal. He hoped Remus wouldn't do that. Werewolves are protective of their cubs. George nodded. We should stay away until we're invited over. But Harry. Hermione wanted to check on her friend. Her eyes were locked on the direction of the infirmary. No, Mione. Snape was right, as much as it pains me to say that. Fred led them back to their quarters. Back with Harry. Harry clung tightly to his Moomy and his daddy. Big Harry locked away thoroughly. He had been so cold even after the pepper-up potion until his Moomy had grabbed him. The werewolf's heat was unmatched along with the sense of safety in the tight hold. Mine. Moony snarled at no one in particular. His golden eyes flashed dangerously. Mother Lupa help anyone who got near his baby. Yes, he's yours. That's your baby, Mooney. Sirius soothed, knowing he was safe because he was Remus' mate. He let Mooney hold their baby close. Your poor baby was so scared, but now he has you here. Mooney slowly settled, nosing at Harry's neck to scent him. He sighed and Remus took back over. What happened? Harry got lost in the dungeons. Sirius led Remus to one of the beds and sat down. He held the werewolf in his lap and looked at the little who was slowly calming down. Snape found him. Snape? Remus blinked with surprise. His forest green eyes had a vaguely bemused expression. Snape doing something good was a bit of a shock. Yeah, I may have hugged him. Sirius made a face which startled a laugh out of Remus. Oh, I bet he loved that. Remus rocked Harry, pressing kisses to the side of his head. Moomy has you. It's okay now. You're safe. Sorry. Harry stuttered out, terrified as Moomy and Daddy would hate him. He knew his big self had messed up by storming off like he had.
No, Bambi.
Shoo, it's okay. Not your fault. Sirius soothed, kissing Harry's forehead and wiping his tears. We aren't mad. Harry relaxed, hiding his face in Remus' shoulder and taking in a deep breath of Remus' scent. His body went limp, calmed by his caregivers and the soothing feelings from their bonds. Love you so much, cub. Remus continued rocking Harry. He hadn't even realized what happened when Mooney took over. He had felt the distress and then Mooney happened. Lube you, Harry whispered, kissing his cheek. His emerald eyes were locked to Remus' eyes. Sirius helped Remus up and led him back to the headmaster's office. We're taking him with us. Young Harry has classes tomorrow still. Professor Dumbledore frowned. He should remain here to cement his routine. He's not going to be able to focus. Sirius' jaw clenched. He needs to be with us. He threw the flu powder in and let Remus go through first. If you feel that is best. Dumbledore acted like he was doing a great favor for him. He didn't like that Sirius had gotten free. It had wrecked his carefully laid plans. Sirius stepped through to Grimmauld and saw Remus making Harry a bottle of water. Their poor little was exhausted and mildly dehydrated. Let's go lay down. Sirius whispered and led the way to their bedroom. He knew it would be a long weekend after Harry getting lost. The nightmares would return with a vengeance. Queen, littles are asexual, so no smut from them. And no descriptive smut will be written in here at all. Sometimes I forget what tags I have for this story. I knew it was a mistake to send Harry there. Sirius was laying with his head against Remus' shoulder. He was there for less than a week and he already had something happen. He needs his education, Sirius. Remus looked at his little sleeping on his chest. Granted, he was very displeased that the incident had occurred at all. He had trusted Hermione to watch Harry and she had failed. Remington, he's going to be too scared to go back. Sirius protested, petting Harry's hair. We can teach him. Plus we have friends who have masteries in things we don't. Look at it this way. The Ministry is barely tolerating us being Harry's caregivers. It'll be shady if we pull him from Hogwarts. People will think we're hiding Harry away to hurt him. Remus spoke logically despite also wanting to keep their little close. It hurt him to have to send Harry so far away. I know. Sirius sounded petulant. He had a scowl on his face that could make Severus Snape look like Mr. Congeniality. So we have to send him back. Remus smoothed a hand through his mate's hair. He kissed the top of Sirius' head. I want to keep him here with us also, but we have to send him back to school. I hate it. I want to keep him with us where he's safe. Sirius sighed and closed his eyes at the gentle touch. The soft touches were what he craved more and more the longer he was out of Azkaban. I know. I'm sorry. Remus truly wished he could let Harry stay with them, especially with the Triwizard Tournament happening. Moomy? Daddy? Harry had woken up. He rubbed his eyes sleepily and peered at the two caregivers. Hey there, Bambi. Sirius smiled softly, leaning over to kiss the little's forehead. There was no doubt that Big Harry wouldn't be showing up for a few days. Hey, cub. Remus shifted Harry to sit more upright in his lap. How do you feel? Thirsty? Moomy. Harry turned his head to Remus' chest. He wanted to nurse from the werewolf. Go ahead, honey. It's okay to do that. Remus hummed, watching Harry squirm into a more comfortable position. He didn't even startle when the little latched on, just smoothed a hand through the unruly curls. Our boy. Sirius couldn't take his eyes off the black-haired little. He tugged the blanket up more to make sure Harry's small body was covered. It was his way of helping with the nursing session. Remus just started humming softly. His mate and their little were his entire world. He looked softly at Sirius and then back at the nursing little. It had made him a bit pouty when he had realized that Lady Magic had chosen him to be the female. His chest had been tender and swollen for a while, and it sent a huge jolt of relief through him when Harry nursed. Had never been so excited over anything in his life besides successfully finding his life partner in Remus. Sirius' attention was caught by a small hand gripping some of his hair. He just smiled, lowering his head more to make it easier on the little. I love you, Harry. Harry blushed. He still got shy when he was told he was loved. Love you, Daddy. Love you, Mummy. He latched on, hiding his face that way. He always got flustered when they said they love him. Sirius just grinned happily, carefully looking at Remus. The werewolf had a soft, loving expression on his scarred face. He was always very expressive, and his forest green eyes practically radiated his love and affection. Their little family was happy for the moment. Everyone was together and safe. All was well for now. The romantics. Severus fled back to Malfoy Manor, grumbling to himself. Dumbledore was insufferable and completely undermining his authority by removing those fairly given detentions. He went to Lucius' office and went in, staring at his submissive as the blonde wrote a letter. Severus? Lucius blinked, looking concerned. He wasn't expecting Severus home until the weekend. That was how it went during the school year. Has something happened? Is Draco okay? Draco is fine. Severus grunted out, horribly annoyed at the moment. His magic was sparking a bit, and his usually impassive face was filled with the darkest scowl possible. It was worse than the one he had when he had laid eyes on Harry James Potter for the first time. Lucius looked at his letter for a moment, put his quill away and capped his ink. He got down on his knees and shuffled over to kneel in front of Severus. The submissive knew this would help the dominant. He waited for Severus' next move. Severus leaned down and started an absolutely filthy kiss with Lucius, dominating his submissive with just his mouth. He tangled one hand into the blonde's silky hair and yanked his head back to expose his neck. He marked up the pale skin, reasserting his ownership of the blonde. 2 hours later, Lucius had enjoyed every minute of Severus' frustrations being released. He loved helping the dark-haired dominant relax in any way possible. The sub was currently curled against Severus' side, head over his heart. What happened? Potter got lost in the dungeons, so I had to go locate him. I gave out several fair detentions to nosy busybody brats as I went to the infirmary. Then Potter refused to let go and made such unnatural noises. Severus grumbled in aggravation. Then the old man called Lupin and Black. Lupin was practically feral, and Black hugged me. Lucius. It was horrible. I'll have nightmares. He was so overdramatic sometimes. But only around Lucius, the very nerve. Lucius was actually pouting and nuzzled his lover. He kissed Severus and clung tighter. He didn't like other people touching Severus. The potion's master was his. How dare that filthy blood traitor touch you? Then the barmy bastard had the nerve to remove my fairly given detentions. He's undermining my authority. And Potter's blasted friends had the nerve to accost me in the hall. Severus growled. His magic sought out Lucius, shivering at the familiar comforting chill that matched his own. Lily's magic had felt like fire on the rare occasions they had let their magic meet. How awful. Lucius welcomed Severus into every part of his being. I'm sorry, love. You'll have to give them detentions for other things. How is Draco? A sassy little brat. But Blaise and Theo have him well in hand already. Severus rumbled quietly. Blaise is doing very much the same as I would, maybe a bit more gently but still. Theo is closer to you in his dealing with Draco's naughtiness. Well, at least it's consistent with what we were doing. Lucius smiled, glad his baby was being taken care of. He looked so pleased at hearing of his child. Yes, yes it is. I do miss having Draco in my classes though. Severus sighed. It's not the same. His son had a way with potions that made Severus' shriveled up heart get warm. You can still do potions with him when he's big, love. Lucius hummed, kissing the dour man. He yawned after, tired out. He was warm and safe, submissive side having been satisfied, and his body was ready for a long nap. He had been sexed up beyond belief.
Sleep, Luke.
I'll still be here when you wake. Severus soothed, shifting Lucius to lay on his chest. It was their favorite sleeping position. He watched his blonde fall asleep and then let himself doze off for a bit. AC/DC. Hey guys, your belly button is a breeding ground for 67 types of bacteria. Just a fun fact. Sirius jolted awake, already automatically shushing the little who had been sleeping on him. Shushu. Daddy has you. Remus had barely kept Mooney in check. Harry, cub. Shoo. It's okay. Daddy and Moomy are here. Harry just sobbed, clinging to Sirius. He pressed his face into his.
See Mia, cub.
Remus had his shirt off and brought Harry to one side of his chest. He hummed softly, watching his little latch on. He was very relieved when Harry stopped sobbing to nurse instead. His poor nerves were shot as it was. This is our weekend. Sirius leaned against Remus' shoulder and held Harry's hand. He didn't mind though, glad to be able to take care of his godson. The little meant the world to Sirius and Remus. Poor cub. Remus sighed softly. I want to know why he was left alone long enough to get lost though. Me too. Sirius was very angry at that. Harry shouldn't have been alone. They had told Hermione and Fred to make sure Harry was watched. We'll deal with it on Monday. Remus soothed, knowing Sirius did have the famous black temper. It sent a thrill through him at seeing the protective fury for their cub. Poor pup. Sirius watched Harry nursing from Remus. He doesn't deserve to be scared like that. He should only be happy. We failed in keeping him happy. Shush, don't talk like that. We thought he would be safe with his friends. Remus soothed Sirius. He wasn't happy at the moment. The little's eyes were locked with Remus' forest green ones, one hand gripping his daddy's hand. Harry felt much safer with them than he did at Hogwarts. He didn't want to leave them ever again. We're here, Harry. Sirius soothed, looking at their little. We won't let go, sweetheart. Harry lost any remaining tension and melted against his Moomy. He closed his eyes now, content. The sweet milk, warm skin and comforting scent filled him with a sense of safety and, more importantly, home. Remus smiled down at the little, humming softly and leaning into Sirius. Wish you could feel what I feel when he nurses. It's like there's nothing but me and him, a single point in time, and like nothing bad is happening outside. I'm glad it's you who has that. You need it, sweetheart. Sirius' voice dripped with love for his new family. He wasn't usually so overly sentimental, but he was happier than he had been for 13 years. He had a sense of purpose now. I love you, Sirius. Remus kissed his mate gently. He was careful not to jostle Harry, who was sleeping again in his arms. Love you too, Remus. Sirius smiled softly. Always have, always will. Been yours since the day we met. Remus blushed faintly, remembering his awful stuttering and fidgeting when he had met Sirius. He had had to fight Mooney for control to make sure they didn't expose themselves in more ways than one. Although I thought it was unbearably cute when you would blush and stutter. Only ever did that for me. Sirius hummed softly. Puberty was fun though. He grinned wickedly. No, it wasn't. I jumped you on more than one occasion. Remus whined softly. He was red enough to give a Weasley's hair color a run for its money. I didn't mind. Liked that you wanted me that much. Sirius is so very stubborn. Loved taking care of you in any way you needed. This is definitely how I knew you were a caregiver even before the classifications. Remus snickered. Mother hennied us all to death, some more than others. Sirius joked morbidly. He was so happy that Peter had gotten what he deserved. Careful, Remington, poor pup needs his sleep. Sirius really was a mother hen. He loved taking care of his important people. It made him feel so good inside, like he was the opposite of his biological relatives. They may share blood, but they were not his family. Remus and Harry were his family. It had made him happy to help, and he knew Lily had appreciated having him around to help her. Sirius had helped Lily throughout her pregnancy and after Harry had been born. It had made things easier on the new parents who hadn't had any family members to assist. Both the Potter parents and the Evans parents had been dead at that point, and Petunia Dursley would have rather cut her own arm off than help a freak. So Sirius had stayed to help, even putting his Auror training off indefinitely. He had wanted to make sure his family was okay. After all, James was his brother in all but blood and Lily had been his sister too. Remus hadn't minded that he had wanted to help James, and Lily had even encouraged it. It had kept his mind off a dark path. The Beatles, cussing and talks of self-hatred. Well, if it isn't the mudblood. Where's your pet weasel? Pansy's nasally voice came from an alcove in the hall, and the pug-faced Slytherin stepped out. Did the blood traders finally realize how trashy and disgusting you are? How filthy your nasty blood is? Hermione continued walking, internally seething. She would not give the reaction that Pansy wanted, though. It was something she had learned while in Muggle school. Bullies want a reaction, and it would make them angry and bored when they don't get a reaction. Hey, I was talking to you, you mudblood bitch. Pansy cast a leg locker curse towards the Muggle-born witch. You listen when your betters are talking. I see no one here that is better than me. I see a blood supremacist. Hermione's voice was cold as she performed the counter-curse on herself. It was easy to perform the counter-curse. I have to go meet up with my boyfriend and my friends. 2 things you don't have. Friends or a lover. How dare you? Pansy sent a nasty cutting curse towards Hermione that was deflected by Luna, who had come to find Hermione. Stay out of this, loony. Don't talk to Luna like that, you pug-nosed brat. Hermione wasn't even sorry as she sent a boil hex and took Luna's arm. She had only gotten mad because Luna had been attacked. Come on, Luna. Let's go find the others. Luna's airy expression never left her face as she walked with Hermione. The two had been getting along better since Luna had been over at the Weasleys a bit for the summer when her father had gone somewhere he couldn't take her. Hermione was Luna's only female friend since Ginny died. The blonde had also showed Hermione photos that had been taken of some of her creatures, which helped Hermione realize there were more creatures that existed. What's happened? Hermione? Fred knew instantly something was wrong just by looking at his girlfriend's tight expression. He was ready to go fight for her. Just an encounter with Pugface Parkinson. Hermione was tense, hair standing out like she had stuck her finger in an electrical socket from her magic crackling over her entire being. What did she say? Fred's eyes narrowed, losing his usually cheerful look. The twins had been considered for Slytherin but had talked the hat around to Gryffindor. She called Hermione a mudblood. Luna spoke, sitting next to Neville. Her own magic was unsettled, her usual tranquility ruffled. She what? Fred stood up abruptly, nearly tipping the bench over. He was instantly in a rage. Fred, no. George practically lunged over the table to grab his twin, who looked like he would murder someone. Calm down. Hermione needs to settle her magic, and you need to help her. He did not want to see what Snape would do if one of his precious snakelings was beaten to a bloody pulp. Mr. Weasley's, is there a problem? Professor McGonagall approached, automatically pressing her own magic outwards to soothe her cub's magic. She was in loca parentis, in the place of a parent, of her students, and it was up to her to assist with any uncontrolled magic for her lions. Pansy Parkinson called Meone a mudblood. Neville answered when no one else spoke. His hands were clenched around the goblet he had been drinking out of. I see. Minerva could understand the rage on Fred's face and Hermione's anger. Mr. Weasley's and Miss Granger, go to your quarters to finish lunch and calm yourselves. I'll be along shortly to get the story. She marched over to the staff table for a bit. Hermione and their group went to their apartments. A proverbial feast set out on the coffee table for them to finish eating. George set up some things he and Fred test spells on and watched as Hermione blew them up with overpowered spells. He was impressed, knowing Hermione was very powerful. Miss Granger, please explain what happened. Professor McGonagall had come in. She had knew they would need a chance to calm down. I was walking to lunch and Parkinson called me a mudblood and asked me if the blood traders had realized how filthy my blood was. Hermione was gripping Fred's hand tightly, chest heaving. She got mad when I didn't answer and cast the leg locker curse. She said I should listen when my betters were talking to me. I told her I didn't see anyone better than me, that I saw a blood supremacist, and that I had to get to my boyfriend and friends, and that Pansy had neither of those. Pansy tried to attack Hermione, but I stepped in. Hermione defended me when Pansy called me loony. Luna added, eyes huge and innocent. I see. Please finish lunch and come to my office. Professor Snape, Miss Parkinson, myself, and you three will be having a discussion. Professor McGonagall was so angry and she left. Severus really let his snakes run too wild, and she was not going to allow it any longer. The monkeys. Severus Snape had an odd feeling of impending doom, sitting in his office during lunch and grading. His instincts were proven correct when an irate Minerva McGonagall stormed in. May I help you? He was just going to pretend it hadn't thrown him off a bit. Yes, you may. You need to get Miss Parkinson and meet me in my office. There was an altercation earlier with some of my students, and it needs both of us to handle. Minerva's magic was tensed for battle out of sheer protective instincts. No one would hurt her Gryffindors and get away with it. Oh, Severus drew out the word, looking annoyed. Your precious lions probably started it. I think not. Minerva proceeded to inform him in excruciating detail exactly what had happened. She had stopped and spoken to some of the paintings that had seen it. Her chest heaved with suppressed anger. She couldn't believe what she had heard. Fine. Snape sighed like the overdramatic dungeon bat he was. He went to the infirmary and got Pansy, who had been cured of her boils by Madame Pomfrey. He took her to McGonagall's office, sighing internally. Come in. Professor McGonagall's voice was firm. Her door opened on its own and revealed the teacher plus Professor Flitwick, Hermione, and Luna. Professor Snape. Miss Parkinson. Pansy didn't respond, just kept silent with a sullen look on her face. She was not willing to talk to any Gryffindor trash. That included Professor McGonagall. The Scottish woman wasn't fit to lick the mud off her boots. Miss Granger and Miss Lovegood have informed me of what happened, and the paintings near where the altercation took place have confirmed. Professor McGonagall spoke after a minute. Miss Parkinson, what on earth possessed you to speak such vile words and attempt to use a dark spell on another student? Miss Parkinson. Professor McGonagall was shocked at the blatantly disturbing response. It was horrific to hear such vile words coming from a student. Miss Granger, Miss Lovegood, please go to your next class. Professor Flitwick had been silent up until this point. He waited until the other two students were gone before addressing everyone else. Miss Parkinson, what is your classification? I don't have to tell you that. Pansy hadn't been classified because her parents didn't want it. Her parents had given her potions to prevent any classification from manifesting. Miss Parkinson. Snape drawled after a silent conversation with the other teachers. Return to the dormitories and I will let you know your punishment. Pansy left, nose in the air. She felt that Professor Snape would simply tell her off and that would be it. That was how it usually went. Pansy Parkinson was never classified. Severus spoke once Minerva's privacy spells snapped into place after her door was shut. Lord Parkinson falsified records and made it appear as though his daughter was a neutral. She shows the signs of suppression potions. But I wouldn't ever make those. It's wrong to deny your base biology. As the deputy headmistress, I could notify the ministry that I think there's been a misclassification. I'm well within my rights to do so. You would have to be in the room when the retest was administered so there could be no tampering. Minerva looked at Phileas after with an eyebrow raised. She wanted to know his opinion. That's a good idea. Flitwick agreed. Severus, one of your snakes needs you. You could save Miss Parkinson from an early death or insanity. They say that's what turned Bellatrix Black insane. Minerva squinted slightly, because I remember her when she first came to school. There was no sign of madness and she was actually a lovely girl. Flew the ministry. Set it up as early as possible. Severus sighed dramatically yet again. He had to prepare himself for the flu call that would definitely come from Lord Parkinson. Minerva made the flu call and talked to one of the witches in the classification department. She listed off the signs that she had seen and then invited the classification healer and the required auror to come to the school. She ended the call and turned to the other two. They'll be along shortly. They go immediately on calls like this because it's so dangerous to be misclassified. I'll escort them. Flitwick nodded and scurried off to where they would be fluing in. He hated the thought of a student being forced to hide their classification, especially under the use of illegal potions. I'll prepare Miss Parkinson. Severus left and went to the dormitories. He spoke to Pansy to inform her that she would be coming with him somewhere. If it had been in a normal school, it would have seemed creepy. He took her to the room retests were always done in and waited. Thank you for coming, Auror Tonks and Healer Smith. Flitwick greeted the two and escorted them to just outside the retest room. The misclassified is in there? The classification healer had hair the color of spun gold and eyes that matched it. Yes, this is where retests are always done. Minerva had come in, holding a file that the healer had requested. Hello, Professor. Tonks grinned brightly. Minerva had been one of her absolute favorite teachers ever. Hello, Auror Tonks. Minerva could barely believe this was the same Nymphadora Tonks who had regularly fallen down the stairs and on flat, stable surfaces. Miss Parkinson's head of house is with her per the rules. Thank you. Healer Smith went in after accepting the file and smiled. Hello, Miss Parkinson.
I'm Healer Thomas Smith.
I'll be administering your retest today. What retest? No one said anything about that. Pansy scowled immediately. She was instantly defensive and ready to escape. We believe you've been misclassified, so we're just going to retest to make sure you're healthy. Healer Smith spoke soothingly, pulling the potion out along with the special parchment. Stop talking to me like I'm a stupid sub or little. Pansy was agitated. I'm a neutral. We're just going to see. Healer Smith soothed again. He was always sad when there was an obvious misclassification or even a non-classification. Take the potion, Miss Parkinson. Snape added silkily. He was subtly oozing dominance to force the student to obey. Pansy scowled even more and took the potion, hissing after when she pricked her finger and dripped blood onto the parchment. She scowled, waiting as first her grandparents' classifications showed up and then her parents'. Her breath caught in her chest as the words next to her name appeared. I can't be a little. They're stupid and not right in the head, but you are. We'll get you set up with a nice caregiver. Healer Smith smiled softly, his white teeth brilliant against his tan skin. No, I'm a neutral. You're all lying. Pansy ran out, sprinting through the door. Let her go.
Healer Smith cautioned.
She needs to calm down and she'll lash out even more if you crowd her. We'll have to figure this out. Minerva sighed and took everyone to her office to discuss the issue at the moment. Prince. Pansy hurtled through the halls, furiously fighting the stinging in her eyes and the lump in her throat. She couldn't be a little. Her parents would hate her. She would be worthless to them then and they would stop treating her well. She crashed into someone and bounced back. Pansy? Viola Runcorn had caught Pansy to keep her from falling. Are you okay? I'm fine. Pansy snapped automatically before seemingly deflating. She let her friend take her to an abandoned classroom and charmed the door to alert if anyone approached. You and I both know that's not true. Viola's purple eyes were locked on Pansy's dark brown ones. What happened? Her voice was the perfect mixture of stern yet caring. I wasn't classified. Pansy mumbled under her breath. Her fists were clenched and she looked embarrassed. I can't understand you. Viola transfigured an old desk into a comfortable sofa and pulled Pansy to sit next to her. What were you classified as? Viola was a caregiver and she had a pretty insistent feeling on what her friend was. She was usually right about people's classifications. I'm a little. Pansy sounded miserable. She hated having to admit that. She was supposed to be neutral or a dominant to be the Parkinson heiress. Why is that a bad thing? Viola held her friend close. She was unusually openly tactile with her friends. Most Slytherins only gave polite handshakes and stiff formal hugs except in special cases. My parents hate littles. Pansy choked out. She scrubbed her face angrily with both hands like an upset toddler. Maybe it will be different because you're their daughter. Viola suggested gently. But if they don't like it, you can come live with me and my parents. Yeah. Really. You and Millicent are my best friends. You're always welcome at my home. Viola nodded firmly, her inky black hair swaying with the movement. She petted Pansy's hair for a minute, knowing the only reason the other girl allowed it was because it was something Viola did, regardless of classification. Let's get you some food. I noticed you weren't at lunch. The two made their way to the kitchens, Viola knowing where they were thanks to her mother having been a Hufflepuff. Her grandfather on her father's side had been a Ravenclaw and her grandmother a Slytherin. Her grandmother had been a firm believer in all magical blood being precious and that houses had just been a way to divide everyone. Elsewhere, Hermione sighed, listening to Binns drone on. She loved to learn, but he taught the same things over and over. She didn't even take notes anymore. She just read history books from the library and that was it. Psst. Mione. Ron elbowed her. He was leaning into Hermione's space. What? Hermione hissed almost silently. He would have continued elbowing her had she not said something. What happened at lunch? Ron demanded to know. He had totally missed the incident because he had been too busy eating to pay attention. It was one of his negative qualities. None of your business. Hermione sighed and went back to her book. She didn't feel like rehashing it back out because it would turn into an all Slytherins are evil type thing. She knew that not all of them were evil. There was a Slytherin in Luna's year who had the red hair like a Weasley. The other Slytherins weren't very nice to her at all, and she tended to be in the library. Ron made a rude noise. I'm trying to be supportive. Well, now is not the time for this. Hermione snapped quietly. She put her things away in her bag and stood up as the class ended. She hurried off to her next class and partnered with Neville so she wouldn't have to deal with Ron. He had been acting weird and it bothered her. You feeling okay? Neville's question was definitely more welcome than Ron's demand to know what happened. Agitated. Snape probably tried to get Parkinson out of trouble. Hermione spoke lowly. She trusted Neville and rather liked the shy boy. Maybe. Neville sighed and then told her what to do to the plant they were working on. According to the Potter and me thing, there was 40 students in Harry's year. 5 boys and 5 girls in each house. There was a shot of the year list and it listed each one. All Ravenclaws are known and that left 5 girls to be sorted. 2 Gryffindors, 2 Hufflepuffs, and a Slytherin. I figured Runcorn would be a Slytherin due to a probable relation to Albert Runcorn. So thus Viola Runcorn came into existence. Black Sabbath. Remus hummed softly, mentally thanking his gods for giving him his home back. He was watching Sirius trying to get Harry to put his pants back on. Harry, put your pants back on please. Okay, Moomy. Harry smiled sweetly, holding still now. He adored the werewolf and the motherly aura that existed around Remus. You and your weird Roman mother magic. Sirius playfully accused. Do you still follow them? My family originally came from Rome many generations ago, so yes.
Lupa.
Remus smiled brightly. That's also where my last name came from. Lupa to Lupin. Rem, tell us the story of the first werewolf? Sirius knew it was one of the few werewolf things Remus would talk about. Lycaon was a legendary king of Arcadia. Traditionally, he was an impious and cruel king who tried to trick Zeus, the king of the gods, into eating human flesh. The god was not deceived and in wrath devastated the earth with Deucalion's flood. According to Ovid's Metamorphoses, Book I, Lycaon himself was turned into a wolf as punishment. So thus the first werewolf came into existence. Remus had been told that story by the age of 9. My family has always followed the Romans because that is where our ancestors are from. That makes a lot of sense. Look at you. Named after an important guy. I'm named after a frickin' constellation. Sirius grinned at his lover. He knew Remus was rather proud of his Roman heritage. Harry was not paying attention, currently squinting at his toy which shot across the room, bounced off the back of Sirius' shoulder and onto the floor. Oops. Sorry, Daddy. It was an accident and you've apologized. It's okay. Sirius smiled, handing the toy to Harry. He watched Harry take the toy to Remus to share. Moomy. Harry grinned brightly at his Moomy, cuddling against the werewolf. He loved being with his caregivers. Remus, Sirius. Minerva had come through the flu. She wanted to check on Harry. She also fully supported their decision for taking Harry home early. Minnie, Harry gasped, looking positively thrilled to see the witch. He scrambled down and over to her, holding his hand to her like he had been taught. He grinned when she shook his hand and then scooped him up for a hug. I'm glad to see you're okay. Minerva had been very worried. She hugged him a bit longer before setting him down. She petted his hair for a moment and then waited for a second. Big Bat save Harry. Harry nodded before looking confused as all the adults attempted not to laugh. He didn't understand what was funny. Why laugh? Harry tilted his head adorably. His cheeks were pink from his own little giggles. He couldn't help but laugh when someone else did. Professor Snape saved you. Minerva sat and pulled Harry to stand in front of her. Can you say Professor Snape? Professor Snap. Harry grinned brightly. His precious little face was alight with happiness at getting it mostly correct. Good enough. Minerva shrugged and hugged Harry once more. I have to get back to the school, but let me know what you decide to do. She left through the flue. Who's hungry? Remus scooped Harry up. He settled Harry into his arms and waited. Me? Daddy dying? Harry pointed at Sirius, who was gasping as he attempted to catch his breath and stop laughing. He'll be okay. Remus grinned and summoned a dose of calming draught. He floated it to Sirius, who drank it down gratefully. The werewolf went to the kitchen where Dobby had made dinner already. The crazy house elf had voluntarily bonded to Remus and Sirius, knowing the werewolf and Lord would pay him willingly. Plus it made it so he could stay close to Harry. Harry pointed at the food. Hungry, Moomy? Sure, we'll get you set up. Remus buckled Harry into the high chair and set the plate that was clearly the little's on the tray. The werewolf watched Harry from the corner of his eye, knowing the little wouldn't eat if he knew he was being watched. He only started eating once Harry was fully engrossed in his food. Sirius finally entered the kitchen and sat down, nudging Remus' foot under the table with his own and tilting his head towards Harry, who had a green bean across his lip. The long-haired man was visibly amused, grinning at his mate. Remus chuckled quietly, silently acknowledging that Harry was cute. Dobby outdid himself this time. So good. Dobby a good cook. Harry had managed to get the bean off his lip. He continued eating until he was full, waiting for one of his caregivers to finish. Let's go have a bath before bed. Love. Sirius had wolfed his food down and took Harry off for a bath. The trio finished the night with Harry nursing once more before bed. He was tucked between them in bed because he slept better that way, as they had discovered during the summer. The nightmare from the day Harry had been lost had been an odd occurrence but hadn't really happened since then. The who? Theo hurried in, looking tired, and scooped Draco up. Shoo shoo. Theo is here. Theo. Draco sobbed, teetering on the edge of little space. He was so close to tipping over, but something was holding him back. It's okay, baby. You can drop. Theo spoke firmly but soothingly. He had read that sometimes littles needed to have permission to drop. It felt like a coil springing loose inside of Draco, and he fell over the edge of his headspace and deep into little space. The small blonde clung tightly to his caregiver, sobbing into the taller male's shoulder. He panicked as he was laid down, making pitiful noises as he was changed and wiped down. I'm here. Shoo. I'm right here. Theo picked him back up, rocking the blonde. He had never seen Draco so distraught. The brunette walked through the nursery and took him to the living room. He sat on the couch and let Draco cry while reassuring that he was safe and no one could get him. He kissed the little's head, murmuring softly in his ear. Blaze came out of his bedroom, rubbing his eyes, and sat by them. What happened? Dragon? Bad dream. Draco wailed, sobs renewing at the sight of his other caregiver. He had been calming down, but it had reminded him of his bad dream. It's okay, little love. We're here. No one can get past us. Blaze soothed, summoning lotion and starting to rub Draco's feet and legs with it. He worked around Theo's arms as Draco wouldn't let go of the other caregiver. Wonder what he dreamt about. Theo spoke a little over an hour later, Draco sleeping peacefully on his chest. Who knows? Hopefully he sleeps the rest of the night through. Blaze set aside the empty bottle. He had made it and given it to Theo for Draco to drink. It had also contained a dreamless sleep potion, and the little had drank the whole thing down. No one can get in without us knowing. Blaze soothed. I have spells on the door that alert if someone uninvited tries to come in. Theo looked relieved before hiding his face in Draco's hair. He couldn't stand the thought of someone hurting Draco or Blaze. They were very important to him. Let's go back to bed, Blaze suggested, rubbing Theo's shoulder. He guided Theo to the other male's room and tucked him and Draco in. He silently cast a spell to alert him if either of them had a nightmare before going back to bed. Theo gently shushed Draco when the blonde whined at being set down so Theo could use the bathroom. The little had been clingy to Theo ever since they woke up. Theo was grateful that it was Saturday and that he didn't have to try and play the pass-off game with Blaze. The caregiver used the toilet, washed his hands with Draco attached to his leg, and then picked the little up. Theo hold. Draco clung tightly to Theo's neck again. He felt like he needed to be close to the boy with light brown hair. Theo has you, baby. Theo soothed, rubbing Draco's back and took him to the living room. Blaze had had an elf bring them breakfast in their apartment. Theo sat down and started feeding Draco from a plate that Blaze had handed him. He was secretly thrilled at Draco being so attached to him while little. It was a sign of trust. Wanna come by, Blaze? Blaze reached to take Draco from Theo's lap. He won't take you, love. Shoo, it's okay. Theo rocked Draco, giving Blaze a dirty look for making Draco upset. Won't let anyone else hold you if you don't want. Only Theo hold. Draco sniffled. He was very whiny and emotional at the moment. Only Theo. Blaze put his hands up. He was willing to do anything necessary for Draco to remain secure. He watched Theo maneuver around Draco to eat. The little blonde just curled up to Theo's chest. It was a messy start to the year, but this was their first year having a little. Things would smooth out hopefully. The mamas and papas. Viola kind of looks like Lucy Hale, hurt his finger trying to do it. I do it, Baze. Me. You tried to do it and squished your finger. You then threw your shoe across the room. Blaze continued putting the second shoe on the little and tied it. He tapped the bottoms of the shoes to make sure they were on all the way. Meanie. Draco whined quietly and cuddled against Theo. He had been very clingy ever since he had the nightmare at the beginning of the weekend. It was now Monday. I am not. Blaze snorted and carried all 3 bags as they went to the great hall. He got them seats together and filled plates. He set 2 in front of Theo, knowing the little wouldn't let him feed him. Draco wanted to put shoes on. Draco sulked before opening his mouth for the oatmeal. He ate his whole breakfast and watched Theo eat, nuzzling against his caregiver. Severus came over to check on them. He had a silent conversation with Blaze inside. Draco, are you feeling okay? Yes, Papa Sevas. Draco nodded, smiling at the dominant. He felt fine, just wanted to be close to Theo. Would you like to go home and see your mother and daddy tonight? Severus offered quietly. Theo, come? Draco wasn't willing to be parted from Theo. Theo had become his security object, so to speak. Maybe little love. Theo didn't want Draco to cry. He knew the little would freak out if they said no. We'll see. I'll ask your mother and daddy. Severus nodded. Lucius was mama more often than not for Draco, except when he was trying to hide behind a mask of haughtiness. Okay, Papa Sevas. Draco nodded before squinting down the table. His eyes got big as he saw Pansy, who was only the size of a 3-year-old now. Pansy's hair was no longer cut short to the middle of her neck. It was down to below her ribs like it had been. She had it braided back and was currently in Millicent Bulstrode's lap. She looked sad but cuddled against the larger girl. Viola was currently feeding Pansy breakfast. The girl had had her uncle Albert Runcorn have a talk with the Parkinsons about what was going to happen. Pansy was officially bonded to Viola and Millicent as their little, so Lord Parkinson couldn't take her from them. The dark-haired girl refused to let anything happen to her precious best friend. Miss Runcorn, Miss Bulstrode. Blaze and Theo had approached, Draco having demanded to go see Pansy. Miss Parkinson. Hello, Heir Zabini and Heir Not. Hello, little Heir Malfoy. Viola spoke formally, but her eyes were warm with affection. They were her friends. Is my Pansy? Draco got right to the point, pointing at the little girl and asking if it really was her. Yes, this is Pansy. Millicent answered, lips quirking slightly. Pansy, say hello. Pansy pressed into Millicent's chest. She was shy and unsure of herself at the moment. Her little space was very shaky still because she hadn't settled into it properly. "Hi, my Pansy." Draco felt happier that one of his friends was a little too. Blaze snorted and then raised an eyebrow at Viola. The last he had heard, Pansy was a neutral. She hadn't shown any signs of being a little. Suppression potions. Viola mouthed to Blaze. She would explain fully after classes. Plus, she had to show them the new quarters she and Millicent had gotten for being Pansy's caregivers. Draco was chattering away at Pansy from the safety of Theo's arms. He looked the happiest he had been since before finding out he was a little, except when he had been told that Blaze and Theo were his caregivers. His easy chatter had the effect of helping Pansy relax bit by bit until she was actually smiling. Theo just listened to Draco talking away and kissed the top of his head. He loved that Draco was so happy. Viola laughed when she saw the time. "We need to get going. Class is going to start soon. Let's go then." Millicent stood up, handing Pansy to Viola, and took the bags. Viola had cast featherlight charms on them to make life easier. Blaze had shrunk his, Theo's and Draco's bags and put them in his pocket. He led the way to their first hour class, and they settled into desks close to each other with a promise to meet up at lunch, also to discuss setting up little playdates since Draco was going home to see his parents that night. "Goodbye, Earl." Severus Snape. "You are under arrest for leaking the prophecy that caused the deaths of Lily and James Potter." Kingsley Shacklebolt's smooth voice told Severus Snape why he had been called from his class to the headmaster's office. The Auror had been told to be extremely careful as Snape was considered extremely dangerous. Sirius and Remus had chosen to request Snape's arrest for contributing to James and Lily's deaths. They could technically do the same to Dumbledore, but they were gathering evidence to help make sure he couldn't weasel his way out. They wanted to take Dumbledore completely down for putting Harry into an abusive home. "Now, Kingsley, my boy, I think there's been a mistake." Dumbledore kept his grandfatherly air up. His blue eyes twinkled behind his spectacles in a friendly manner. No, there is not. Lord Black and Mr. Lupin have pressed charges against Severus Tobias Snape for his role in the death of James and Lily Potter, as is their right under the ancient family laws. He played a role in the near extinction of an ancient and grand family. Kingsley spoke firmly. He will await trial. Severus looked at Dumbledore, who was supposed to have taken care of any involvement like that. He didn't resist arrest, though certain Lucius and a few other Death Eaters would help him be freed. He allowed the magic blocking cuffs and went through the flue. Once everyone had vacated the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's kind grandfather expression evaporated and he snarled silently. He crossed the room to the flue and went to make a few visits of his own. At Grimmauld, Sirius was holding a sleeping Harry in his lap as he looked over papers. He was in the process of opening up one of the houses that belongs to Harry. Sirius was 100% willing to do anything to keep his little Godson happy. Harry had wanted to open up the Potter's ancestral home because that's where his dad had grown up, and where his family's many portraits were. He had wanted to talk to all the portraits he could so he could get to know his paternal family. Remus came in after answering a flue call from Kingsley. "Snape has been arrested. Dumbledore is not happy." "Of course not. His precious spy is finally getting what he deserves. A jail cell." Sirius sounded bitter. "Dumbledore, who is notorious for giving second chances, let me rot in Azkaban for 12 years. Because I didn't fit into his plans, and he knew I wouldn't do as he wanted, which is let him lead Harry like a pig to slaughter. He won't be able to preside over it because it's a conflict of interest. Kingsley says Madame Bones most likely will. And Malfoy won't be able to sit in either as again, conflict of interest." Remus smirked wolfishly. He was pleased that the dungeon bat was going to get what he deserved. "Good." Sirius laughed bitterly. "He can say hi to the Dementors for me." Harry started to wake, shifting in Sirius' lap. His sleepy emerald eyes opened and he squinted at Sirius. "Daddy?" "Yes, Bambi?" Sirius' tone was entirely different now, soft and soothing. He set his papers down and tucked Harry closer to his chest. "Love Daddy and Moomy," Harry mumbled, already slipping back to sleep. His thumb slipped into his mouth as his pacifier had vanished. "Love you too." Sirius kissed his little's forehead. His heart was utterly taken by Remus and Harry, as they were the ones he had left to him. "I love you too, cub." Remus sat by Sirius and hugged them both. He would do anything to protect them and get justice for James and Lily. Pettigrew had been just the beginning. Once they got Snape squared away in jail, Dumbledore would be next for not obeying James and Lily's wills and not handing Harry over to the person who had the most legal right to him, which had been Sirius. Harry had been supposed to go to his godfather if something happened to James and Lily, if not Sirius then Remus or Harry's godmother Alice Longbottom or even Augusta Longbottom. There had been a part of Lily's will that had said that Harry was never to go to her sister's home. Lily knew her sister would mistreat Harry due to his parentage and almost certain probability of magic. Petunia had been hateful to Lily ever since Lily had started showing her powers and had often hurt Lily or ruined her possessions. That was why she had never wanted Harry to be anywhere near Petunia or Vernon, or Vermin as James called him when he thought Lily wasn't able to hear him. "We will get this settled, love. Promise." Remus murmured softly to his mate, kissing Sirius' stubble-covered cheek. He would make sure of it. Sirius nodded, leaning into Remus' warmth and watched Harry sleeping safely in their arms. Dixie chicks, talk of death and the aftermath. Skip up to elsewhere if it will bother you. Also, I don't understand why Wattpad got rid of their own covers app to use a third-party one. Like WTF. So glad I kept it downloaded, still works. Just never gets updated obviously. So much better than the shitty app they want you to download. His eyes took in the little note she had written on the back, telling him how much she loved their family. Ginny had loved to draw when she wasn't teasing her brothers or obsessing over Harry like a creeper. The ginger girl had had an obsession that had bordered on unhealthy, and he had meant to talk to her about it but had never gotten the chance and now never would. He wouldn't ever have to warn her first boyfriend or remind her that she was to take no bad behavior from a significant other. Gideon wouldn't ever have to explain the change a girl's body goes through to become a woman. She would stay forever a little girl in memory and spirit. The Weasley patriarch knew his sons all still mourned for their lost sister. He had seen the evidence in the way Charlie had refused to come home at all and the way Bill took more dangerous jobs for the goblin. Percy had become even more reclusive and short-tempered with everyone. The twins were even more reckless with their experiments. Ron would sit silent at times, staring blankly at the place Ginny had always sat to do her drawing and not respond to anything. His boys all came alive when Harry had come around though. He had needed to be taken care of and they had made it their mission. Ron had seemed more lively ever since he had written to Harry to ask him to the World Cup, and the boy had painstakingly readied his room for the bespectacled lad. Arthur hadn't truly been angry at the twins for letting Dudley get at one of their prank candies. He had heard Ron talk of how poorly the black-haired boy was treated, and it killed him that he couldn't help. Dumbledore had refused Arthur's offer to take Harry in for holidays and summers by stating that there was a special ward on number 4, Privet Drive, and that Harry needed to be with family. The red-haired man was grateful that Sirius and Remus had gotten custody of Harry and become the boy's official caregivers. The designation of being a little would have opened another can of worms, had they not bonded so quickly as people would have fought over the right to be Harry's caregiver. He might have ended up with a dark caregiver who would abuse him and his fame, or one that couldn't handle the myriad of problems Harry had from being abused. Gideon came in by his husband and just hugged him, stroking his hair. "Everything will be okay, dear. You just have to trust Lady Magic in her wisdom and plans." Arthur nodded, burying his face against his husband's soft clothing, and let his tears trace down his cheeks silently. Their family would never truly be the same, but they would heal and the heartbreak would lose its poignant sting. Elsewhere, "I love you, Harry." Sirius was laying with the little on his chest, looking at him fondly. He enjoyed holding Harry, always had. The boy was an absolute treasure. "Love, Daddy," Harry mumbled, rubbing his cheek on the sparsely haired chest of the wizard holding him. "Love, Moomy. I love you too, cub." Remus was sitting near them, reading his book. He marked his page with a bookmark and set it on the other nightstand, deciding to finish it later. The wolf part of him was demanding they cuddle and sent Mark their pack. Sirius held an arm out to Remus, gesturing for the werewolf to cuddle. He grinned happily when Remus obliged, nuzzling his mate. "Much better, definitely," Remus agreed. He kissed Sirius' cheek and the top of Harry's head. "Need to do this more." Cuddle. Harry mumbled sleepily, agreeing that they needed to cuddle more. He was thriving with them. Daddy's gonna take a nap. Sirius closed his eyes, pretending to sleep, and then opened when he knew Harry had fallen asleep. It was a trick they used many times to get him to nap. Still don't want to take him back to school. I know, love. Remus hummed. We still need to. He'll be with us 4 days a week anyways. We already submitted his education plan to the ministry and it's been approved. Good. Need to keep him safe. Sirius cuddled their little, rubbing Harry's back gently. They had been rightly furious that Harry had already ended up in the hospital wing so early in the year. And I'm somehow the mother. Remus was amused by how much Sirius worried. But anyways, we will keep him safe this time. No one will be dying this time. Except Death Eaters. Got that right. Sirius mumbled, half asleep. He ended up falling asleep for real this time, snoring. And he says I snore. Remus snorted silently. He closed his own eyes, holding them close, and let himself drift on his thoughts to wait for them to wake up. Pink Floyd, more talk of death. Since I forgot to put the actual point I was trying to get to in the last chapter, faced with tears of joy, Fred was staring out the window at the sunshine. His thoughts were very melancholy at the moment. His heart was aching and he could feel his twins' sadness over their bond. Ron had ran for their mother, practically yanking him to get him to Ginny. He had said that something was horribly wrong and one of them needed medical attention. Gideon had lost any irritation with his youngest son and snatched up his potions kit and ran as fast as he could while telling Ron to flew for help. Gideon had known as soon as he had seen Ginny that this was far beyond his skill level to fix. He tried to levitate Ginny but was blown backwards by a wild burst of uncontrolled magic. He had had Fred carry Ginny to the burrow where a MP, magical paramedic, was. The MP had taken one look at Ginny and took her straight through to St. Mungo's. He knew she needed a dark curse specialist. He took her straight to one of the decontamination rooms that handled the darkest spells and curses. Senior healer Alwyn Treherne hurried in, casting a diagnostic spell and making a soft, angry noise at the results. He began barking orders to get healer Ian Cade. He was going to need all the help he could get. In the 15 minutes it took for healer Cade to get there, Ginny's vitals had dropped several times and then shot sky high. She went through. Senior healer Treherne was hissing out orders for the strongest calming drafts and things to numb her body. He needed her to stop convulsing so he could focus on removing the spell. He had hoped to never see anything so awful like that, but knew he would due to his career choice. He had chosen this specialty for a reason. Healer Cade skid into the room, crossing instantly and doing his own diagnostics like his mentor had taught him to. Ginny had been sedated, the girl looking pained even in her sleep. Her symptoms had abated for now. This is dark soul magic. The spell is woven into her very soul. Senior healer Treherne had started several more ancient diagnostic tests that were used in the horrible cases like this. What is the girl's name? Healer Cade was trying to remember where he had seen her before. She looked very familiar, but the healer couldn't place why. Ginevra Weasley, sir. A Medowitch stood there. She was the one taken into the chamber during the last school year. She was supposed to have come in for a check-in on her healing 2 weeks ago but missed the appointment. Are you serious? Healer Cade frowned. This is the little girl that was in Slytherin's chamber? Harry Potter saved her. Medowitch Sarade Finnegan spoke. She's a year younger than my son Seamus. From what Seamus told me, Ginevra was carrying around a black diary and it possessed her. So possession via soul magic. Senior healer Treherne looked every bit of his 78 years currently. According to wizarding age, he was just past middle age though. And it's gone and wound itself around her soul. Probably a fail-safe if the original receptacle was destroyed. Healer Cade rubbed his forehead. He hated the idea of a little girl getting caught in something so awful. What kind of magic could cause that? Sarade was confused. She hadn't specialized in the dark spell removal. A horrible ancient magic. I've only read about this type of thing. If what I'm thinking is right, then this young lady was possessed by a Horcrux. Nasty things. Made by splitting one's soul with murder after the dark ritual. Senior healer Treherne knew Sarade and Ian wouldn't tell anyone. He had Saraid take Ginny to a private isolation room so he and Ian could research how to fix this. Mr. Weasley? Saraid had been elected to also talk to the family. She went to the man who had been so kind to her in her days as a Hogwarts student before Gideon graduated 3 years before her. Yes? How is Ginny? Gideon's eyes were red from crying and his eyes held more unshed tears. We have the symptoms under control at the moment. But we need to do some research. And she's in isolation at the moment. Saraid felt so bad for the man in front of her. Do you know what's wrong? Gideon's whole body trembled from distress. We're thinking it has to do with the events of last school year. Saraid brought Gideon into a tight hug. That awful diary. Gideon started to cry again. More and more he wanted to punch whomever had given Ginny the diary. We have our dark curse specialists working on it, Mr. Weasley. Saraid soothed. She carefully detached herself from the hug when her notifier warmed in her pocket. She excused herself and practically sprinted to Ginny's room. The automatic shield wards slammed into place just in time, protecting the Medowitch and healers from the violent torrent of magic, which destroyed the items closest. It went on for 20 minutes and then stopped abruptly. Ginny's eyes were open, but she was as dead as her Uncle Fabian and Aunt Molly. Her expression was agonized even in death, blood staining her ears, nose and mouth. Saraid, I'll help you clean her up. Senior healer Treharn sighed and the two cleaned up the blood, using a spell to stop the blood from drying. They wiped her down with warm, wet washcloths and bathed her body gently, before calling the morgue to do the autopsy, because they do those just to get a final set death confirmation. They cleaned themselves up and went to talk to the family. This was always their least favorite part in their line of work. Weasleys? Senior healer Treharn called and then led the Weasleys to a private conference room. What's happened? Mr. Weasley spoke, holding his husband close. Gideon was tucked tightly to Arthur's chest. I'm sorry to tell you this, but your daughter has passed away. Elwyn Treharn looked so grave and sad. He hated that a young life had been snuffed out. No, Gideon wailed. His baby couldn't be dead. He couldn't believe it. I'm so sorry, Elwyn repeated. He summoned a box of tissues and set them by the Weasleys. How did she die? Arthur trembled. He was trying to keep it together for his husband. Dark soul magic left over from being possessed. Dark soul magic of the darkest kind. Horcruxes. Saraid spoke. She knew Alwyn was choked up himself as the man had a granddaughter who had been the same age as Ginny. Her voice wavered slightly. It didn't show up in any of the scans when you brought her here at the end of the school year. It was designed as a hidden fail-safe. Gideon just wailed again, burying his face into his husband. His world was crashing down with the loss of their miracle daughter. I am so sorry. She'll be released to you in the next few days. Senior healer Treharn touched Gideon's shoulder and Arthur's right after. He left to go fill out the paperwork. Saraid stayed with them, giving them pamphlets on support groups for parents who lost their children and grief support. She knew she wouldn't be able to handle it if Seamus died. She hugged Gideon and Arthur before leaving. Arthur had no clue how they would tell their sons that their sister had died, or his parents that their only granddaughter died. He held Gideon close and took him home after talking to Senior Healer Treharn once more. They would be able to take her body home in a week. He braced himself for what was to come when they told their boys. Mom? Dad? What's wrong? Ron looked between his parents anxiously. He did have a wider emotional range than Hermione thought. He just didn't often show it because it got him teased. Ron, get your brothers, Arthur ordered, voice hoarse. He collapsed into his chair, Gideon in the chair next to his. The twins sat together, practically on each other. Percy was next to them and Ron next to him. They all had worried and anxious expressions. Where's Ginny? Ron frowned, realizing the girl was nowhere to be seen. His eyes darted back to his father. Gideon wrapped his magic around the twins' magic, able to soothe them better because he was a twin and their bearer. His family had had quite a few male bearers. Arthur picked Ron up like he was a toddler and not a gangly, almost 13-year-old. He held him tightly despite his youngest son's struggles. I know, no. He kissed Ron's head, trying desperately to calm his son. Gideon got the magical outlash to stop and just held his twins close. He knew Percy would reject any attempt at comfort. Arthur got a dreamless sleep potion into Ron and the twins and tucked them into their beds. We need to call Charlie and Bill. Bill first. Gideon grabbed the international flu powder and called the camp flu at where Bill was working on a dig. He left a message with the designated message taker to have Bill come home as quickly as possible. He ended the call and then called the reserve, talking to the head directly. He explained that the family had had a death and Charlie needed to come home. The director of the reserve was very understanding and promised that Charlie would have paid time off. He had grown fond of the ginger who had a love for dragons that matched his own. He looked at Charlie as his surrogate child. He went to personally tell Charlie to go home. Gideon curled into Arthur while they waited for their boys. He was numb now, holding onto his husband tightly. "Mom? Dad?" Charlie came through first. He looked at their tear-stained faces with a horrified expression. "Guys?" Bill came through, covered in dust from the desert and soot from the flu trip. "Sit down, please." Gideon spoke now, clearing his throat. "What's going on?" Charlie demanded immediately. He knew something awful had happened. Ginny's passed away. From what happened during the school year. Gideon had tears running down his face. "No." Charlie punched the wall. Bill had froze, looking like he wasn't breathing. They said there was a curse built into the possession as a fail-safe if the original object was destroyed. Gideon was wiping his face repeatedly on a tissue. "What kind of fail-safe?" Bill spoke finally, voice scarily empty of emotion. He would research anything he could to understand what killed his family member. Sarade called the object a Horcrux, said it was the darkest kind of soul magic. Arthur answered, "A Horcrux in Hogwarts." Bill knew of Horcruxes from working in the tombs. The Egyptians wrote about the evil ones who put pieces of their souls into containers. With each one they made, they grew more evil and insane. It was Tom Riddle in the diary. Arthur had heard Dumbledore mention the name in connection to the diary. Whoever he was, he must be very evil. And now our sister is dead. Charlie sounded so despondent. He had adored his little sister. The four adults lapsed into silence and mourned their loss late in the night. Ginny had been alive at 8 a.m. and by 5 p.m. she was dead. Aerosmith. If you aren't already reading Harry's Hope, go over and read that while waiting for updates on this. What do you think, Harry? Sirius had opened the large home that had belonged to Harry's grandparents. He was a bit choked up at being back in the house that had housed his foster family. Big. Harry peered at the house. "Can we go in?" He had finally surfaced from his little space. "Of course." Remus nodded. He let Sirius open the doors though. He helped Harry over the doorstep and inside fully. "Welcome home. Welcome home, little master." One of the oldest house elves squeaked. He was in charge of all the other house elves. Harry blinked slowly, clinging to Remus' hand. He was a bit unsure of what he was supposed to do. "We've been keeping the houses and grounds ready." The head house elf squeaked and then urged the rest of the elves to go back to their jobs. "Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for you doing such a good job." Harry smiled at the elf who bowed and vanished. "Just like your grandmother Euphemia. She always thanked the elves and so did your grandfather." James did also. Sirius grinned, scooping Harry up and carrying him through the halls. He gave him a basic tour of the first floor, ground floor if you're European, before taking him to the informal dining room for lunch. They had spent 3 hours exploring the first floor. "He's sleepy." Sirius spoke softly in Remus' ear. He loved that he was able to do these things with the little boy. "I'm a genius." Sirius spoke proudly. He scooped up Harry when the boy's face made contact with his sandwich twice in 10 seconds. He knew the boy was too sleepy and little to argue now. The former convict took the little up to the bedroom that had been the nursery and grinned at the fresh linens. On the small toddler bed, the elves had clearly prepared while Sirius, Remus, and Harry had toured. Harry didn't even fuss when he was tucked in, simply rolled and fell fully asleep. He was entirely worn out from the sheer excitement of the morning and from touring all the rooms on the first floor. Sirius went by Remus, who had gone into James' childhood bedroom. "Feels so weird being in here again." "It really does." Remus closed his eyes and breathed in deeply, smelling James' lingering scent that would never disappear from the room. It soothed Mooney, who had been slightly active due to the upcoming full moon. I miss him, Remington, so much. Sirius hugged the werewolf, pressing his face to his mate's neck. He loved being the werewolf's mate. He knew that he would always belong to Remus no matter what. Me too. Remus tucked his mate close, taking in the room decorated with posters and photos. None of the bedrooms had portraits as the Potters had. Always felt that it was an invasion of privacy to the occupants. Want to go down to the portrait hall? I know James and Lily's wedding portrait is there. Sirius wanted to talk to a version of their best friend. And we can update them on everything that's happened, so when we take Harry to see them, they won't be shocked. Remus understood Sirius' train of thought. He held Sirius' hand as they walked to the section of the mansion that housed the portrait hall. Sirius whispered the spell that would only wake their desired paintings, not wanting generations of Potters waking yet. He stopped in front of James and Lily's portrait, watching as they woke up. Sirius. James grinned broadly as he recognized his best friends. Remus. Hello, you two. Lily smiled softly at their best friends. Her fiery locks curled around her shoulders and also swayed a bit as she moved. James. Lily. Sirius was suddenly a bit choked up, clinging tighter to Remus' hand. What's wrong? Lily frowned, taking in their appearances. What year is it? It's 1994. Remus spoke now, drawing Sirius into a tight hug. It hurt him very badly to say that. We died, didn't we? James could tell he was correct just by the way the two stiffened. Yeah. 1981. I'm so sorry. Remus rubbed Sirius back, feeling the way the animagus shook like Padfoot did during a thunderstorm. 2 years after we got married. James looked a bit heartbroken. He had hoped they would live longer, and had a son. Sirius spoke now, looking at the two with wet eyes. He's so sweet. I bet you raised him so well, guys. James smiled brightly at the two men. He trusted them more than anything. We didn't raise him. I was in Azkaban and Remus was kept away by Dumbledore. Sirius spit out. He hated how he had failed his adopted brother. It was my fault you died. Knock it off. It was not. Remus squeezed the back of Sirius' neck. It was Pettigrew's fault and you know it. What did Wormy do? James looked confused and looked at Lily for a minute. He was the traitor. Remus explained. He was feeding information for months. And he was your secret keeper after you had to go into hiding. He told less than a month after you went under the Fidelius. Voldemort killed you both and he tried to kill Harry, but something caused the spell to backfire. He supposedly died that night. I was in Azkaban for 12 years. Sirius shuddered. But Harry has faced him twice since starting school. And nearly died every year. Sirius. Don't just say that. Remus groaned. Harry's safe now. If he wasn't with you, then was he with the Lovegoods or Amelia or the Longbottoms? Lily desperately hoped he hadn't been sent to Petunia. No. Sirius said the one word and knew Lily knew what that meant. The utter rage was palpable even through the canvas. Our wills said he wasn't to go to them. To Petunia and Vernon. Lily shouted. They hate magic. And they hated me and James. Dumbledore sealed your wills. Remus spoke softly. He said that Harry should be with family and that I shouldn't contact him. That it was too dangerous. And I was grieving from losing my pack. So I went undercover. Lily was trembling with fury, gripping James' hand painfully tight. The wizard wisely didn't say anything even when she nearly broke his hand, if that was even possible due to the fact that they were a painting. He presented as a little. And well, he's our little. Remus felt they should get that out of the way. We tried to persuade him to find someone else, but he insisted that he wanted us. That it was only right due to the fact that we didn't get to take care of him the first go around. I'm honestly glad it's you two. I know that you'll take care of him. James smiled. Where is he anyways? He's taking a nap currently. Poor boy was all tired out from exploring. Sirius snickered. Fell asleep on his sandwich. It was so cute. He's more like Lily with his stubbornness but so very sweet. Remus grinned. He looks just like James except the eyes. Those eyes are all Lily's. Wonderful. James beamed, looking at his dominant wife. He loved her eyes. That had been what had drawn him to her in the first place. You're gonna bring him down to see us, right? And my parents? Of course, James. Sirius nodded like James was a particularly slow child. Just wanted to get the heavy stuff out of the way before we did. Harry has seen the Mirror of Erist. He said it showed him you two and your families. Grandparents, uncles, things like that. His greatest desire was family. Remus felt they needed to know. Lily got pregnant at my Halloween party in 1979. So did Alice. Sirius smirked. Harry was born July 31st, 1980. Neville Longbottom was born July 30th. You and Alice spent a lot of time together while pregnant. Happy Halloween. James snickered and cheered after. He was happy at hearing that. I can't wait to see Harry. James was so excited. Leaning into Lily. Yes, Mother. James smirked before settling to talk to Lily about what they had learned once Sirius and Remus had left. Andrew sisters. How I feel when people demand I update. If you follow me, you know why I haven't been updating. I have had many things going on and those things take precedent over writing. Harry was sprawled on top of his mummy, being clingy. He had woken up alone and it had made him uneasy in his new surroundings. I'm here, Harry. I'm sorry you woke up alone. Remus spoke softly to the little, rubbing his hand down Harry's back. Did you sleep well though? Harry nodded, soothed by the werewolf's gentle tone and touch. His caregivers were always so good to him.
I'm glad.
Let's go find Daddy. Remus brought Harry down to the sunroom where Sirius was tending to some of his favorite plants that had belonged to Euphemia Potter. Daddy! Harry beamed at the shaggy-haired man. He wriggled until Remus set him down and then trotted over to Sirius.
Daddy. Bambi.
Sirius wiped his hands on his pants and scooped Harry up. Did you have a good quiet time? Harry proceeded to describe his dream, which was about a mini indoor picnic he had had with his caregivers. He made it seem like the coolest dream ever, and to him, it was because he knew he could have it in real life. Remus exchanged a fond smile with Sirius over Harry's head and sat down in a nearby chair. The werewolf hadn't been so happy in a long time. His mate was officially free and he had a little. The fact that the little was Harry made it all even better. Harry chattered on for about 20 minutes before asking about the plants around them. Most of them were very beautiful and smelled good. The little listened as closely as he could while Sirius explained to him. Hogwarts. I'm pulling Draco from Hogwarts. Lucius was standing in Dumbledore's office. I don't feel comfortable with him being here without his father. What about his education and his socialization? Albus was internally displeased. The Malfoy heir was supposed to serve a purpose for the greater good. From him. I will be picking him up tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. You need to submit paperwork for withdrawing young Draco first. It has to be sent to the Board of Governors to read over also. Albus summoned a large stack of parchment and used his wand to duplicate it. By doing that, he was making it invalid because it had to be on the official Hogwarts parchment that was tied into the registry. Lucius snatched the original's expression cold and left. He knew what Dumbledore tried to do and it made him quite angry. He went to his office and settled into filling out the paperwork, sighing at the sheer amount. It was very tedious and boring, but he desperately wanted his son by him. The blonde's shoulders shook with suppressed sobs, setting his quill down and covering his face. He couldn't even feel his bond to his dominant thanks to the magic suppression qualities of Azkaban. Lucius? Why are you crying? Narcissa's voice floated through the air, badly startling the crying blonde submissive. She had been worried ever since they had gotten the news. Leave me alone. Lucius snapped automatically, rubbing his face furiously like an upset toddler. He didn't want anyone but Severus to see him cry or be truly vulnerable. Not even Draco had ever seen Lucius truly upset except when Dolahov's brother had spit in Severus' face. The blonde submissive had temporarily lost it, lashing out and ended up killing the offender. Thankfully Draco had been removed before the actual gory part had occurred. Narcissa frowned and left, knowing that Lucius would lash out even more if she tried to stay. It broke her heart to see her best friend in such a state. She set about writing a letter to her cousin Sirius in hopes of getting him to drop the charges against Severus. The woman knew it was most likely hopeless, because of the huge animosity between them though. But the blonde woman still wrote, filling about 3 sheets of paper front and back equivalent of parchment with her pleas. She needed to do something to try and help. The pale blonde woman had to choose the owl that usually went out for packages and sent her letter before writing another to the ministry and all her friends. She couldn't just sit there and allow her family to fall apart. With Draco and Theo, Draco was currently big and he was having a tantrum at still not being allowed to do as he pleased, kicking Theo in the face on accident. He didn't even notice though, eyes squeezed shut as he shouted his anger. That's it. Theo finally lost his temper, flipping Draco over his lap and bearing the little's bottom to the air. He spanked Draco firmly, not stopping until the little was both in tears and little space. He was sick of Draco treating him like garbage and not listening. You don't hit or kick. That is not okay and you know it.
Sorry.
Sorry. Draco wailed, cringing and covering his sore bottom. He couldn't believe that Theo had actually spanked him. I care very much about you and you know that, but I am not a doormat for you to walk all over. Theo put a cloth diaper onto Draco, the cause of the whole tantrum, and rocked the small blonde. You need to be a good boy. Shoo shoo. You're okay. No more yelling. Theo soothed, rubbing the little's back and feeling sad at the way Draco drew away from his touch. He knew about being hit out of anger and he was horrified at himself. Blaze came in and raised an eyebrow, silently asking what had happened. He took the little when Theo held Draco out though. The dark-skinned boy could feel the desperate way that Draco clung to him. I need to go. Theo hurried out of their quarters. He was upset at himself for losing control. Shoo, dragon. I'm here. Don't cry anymore. Blaze tucked the little close and tucked a soft blanket around them. Theo hit. Draco sobbed against Blaze's neck. His little arms clung desperately to the caregiver. Theo hit you? Blaze figured something had finally pushed Theo enough to get him to spank the little. His only response from Draco was nodding and muffled sobs. He could tell that Draco was more little than normal though. It's okay, dragon. I'll make it feel better. While punishing the little, it was supposed to correct the little and get their attention, not hurt them. Discipline should never be done while angry. The caregiver made Draco a bottle with a child-friendly calming draft in it. He tucked the little blonde close and hummed a song that his own mother always had hummed when he was upset. He rocked Draco and watched as the little ended up falling asleep halfway through the bottle. With Theo, no you are not. You just had enough of Draco being a brat to you and lost your temper. Draco wanted to antagonize you. That's what he does. You love him with your whole heart and you would never intentionally cause serious injury to that little. Viola spoke firmly, her own little off with Millicent somewhere. I'm not going to let you wallow in guilt either. You need to apologize to Draco when he is big enough to understand it, but you also have to enforce boundaries because you have been letting him get away with everything or having Blaze deal with it. That needs to stop. You two are both Draco's caregivers and you need to do things equally. Theo curled against Viola's side and listened intently. He knew she was right about everything she was saying. Draco loves you too, you know. He called you mummy while he was here with Blaze. Blaze didn't hear it, but I did. Viola knew Theo needed to hear it. So do right by Draco by being the best caregiver you can. Thank you. Theo breathed out, hugging Viola tightly before going on a walk to clear his mind fully and go help settle himself more. Viola leaned back and rubbed her forehead. Emotionally constipated fools. But that's okay. She didn't mind helping her friends. Sometimes she wondered if she was more like her mother than she thought. Her mother was Hufflepuff and very kind-hearted unless her family was messed with. Antoinette Runcorn turned into an angry mother bear when that happened and showed exactly why Albert had fallen in love with her. Viola huffed softly and laid on the sofa, reading a book to pass time until Millie and Pansy got back. She wanted to discuss what they could do to help Theo. She would use hypotheticals and no names though. She had promised to not reveal anything identifying, having asked Theo if it was okay for her to talk to Millicent about it. She thought over some things but ended up drifting off into a small nap instead. Yuruma, Sirius was sitting at a piano in the music room, absent-mindedly playing through a song he had learned as a small boy. He had been taught to play various instruments as a way to one-up other pureblood heirs and to impress prospective matches. He had enjoyed learning the piano the most though and had kept up with it. The man swayed slightly, humming softly as he played the grand instrument. He was simply basking in the ability to do things he liked. His eyes closed for a moment, playing without looking as he reminisced about playing the piano for Remus when they had started dating. The Lord Black had also played for Harry when the boy had been a baby. Remus stood in the doorway, watching his mate play the piano. His heart clenched as he felt like he was intruding on a private moment. He turned to go but paused when he heard Sirius say his name. Remus. Sirius' voice was soft but clear, carrying through the room. It was designed to make the sound of the music carry. It had great acoustics. Yes, love? Remus moved closer and touched his lover's cheek. His large hands cupped Sirius' face gently. He relished in not feeling sharp edges of bones like he had after Sirius had first escaped. I love you. Sirius leaned into Remus' touch and closed his eyes. I'm so grateful for you every day. I love you too. I'm thankful you were given back to me. Remus kissed Sirius' forehead. You and Harry are my world. The little was currently napping, worn out still. He was snuggling a stuffed stag close though. The stag was a replica of the one that had been in his crib, as a baby, elsewhere. Why are you taking me from Hogwarts? Draco looked at Lucius, confused. He hadn't been told where Severus was yet. Where is Papa Severus? He's been taken to Azkaban. Lucius was clutching Draco close. Lupin and Black pressed charges against him. He's in prison? Draco's voice trembled, silver eyes huge. When was he arrested? A week ago. Lucius whispered, rocking Draco. He couldn't help himself. Draco was his precious baby. And you didn't tell me? Draco shoved at his father angrily. I was processing it. Lucius yelled. He hadn't been able to stop himself. He felt terrible when he saw the look of fear cross Draco's face and the tears welling up in the little's eyes. Shoo. I'm sorry. Don't cry, love. Told that they would be bringing him home. He flung himself in Theo's arms for the first time since the caregiver had spanked him. Oh, what's wrong? Theo was surprised. He tucked Draco close though, feeling the desperate way the little burrowed against him. He couldn't understand Draco's garbled words, sobs interrupting the little blonde. Severus was taken to Azkaban. Blaise had understood that much. He had whispered the words in Theo's ear. Oh baby. Theo frowned, kissing the top of Draco's head. He was murmuring soothingly to his little, rubbing his back too. It took half an hour for the little blonde to cry himself to sleep. What do? We comfort him as much as we can. Blaise looked tired. His indigo eyes were locked on Draco's sleeping form, watching for any signs of unease. We aren't going anywhere until he tells us to go. Nope, we aren't. He needs us. Theo sighed, tucking a blanket over Draco. He had felt the little shiver in his sleep. Killed me to hear him cry. I just want to hide him from the world and keep him safe. I know you do. Blaise pressed his forehead to Theo's shoulder. I feel the same way. Scares me how much I care about him. Theo admitted. I'm not used to having other people to care about. He loves you. Blaise cupped the back of Draco's head gently, feeling the soft blonde hair. He heard the little sigh in his sleep. I love him. Theo felt a bit raw. He didn't talk about his feelings this much. He lapsed into silence, just watching Draco sleep. He could feel Blaise's eyes focused on him. The gaze felt heavy like lead. Blaise wondered if Theo really understood how much Draco loved him. The little had even called Theo Mama when the other boy wasn't around. Blaise didn't know that Draco considered him his daddy though. It had been said, once while Millicent and Viola were babysitting. This was going to be longer, but I'm splitting part off. Journey. I feel really tired with this story. I get an idea and write a lot and then crash and burn. Minerva sipped her tea, mentally preparing herself for what she was going to say and do. She couldn't just stand by any longer. The deputy, headmistress, gathered her Gryffindor bravery and stood up, meeting up with Phileas and Pomona. They had agreed to go together as the heads of their houses. Are we ready? Minerva had a stack of parchments in her hands. She would not let their concerns be dismissed this time. It was high time something more was done about the many issues in the school. I do have everything. Phileas had contacted his cousins at Gringotts about the suspicious lack of funds. They were doing an audit of all of Dumbledore's vaults to see where the money went. Pomona also voiced her agreement to being prepared. Some of her more sentient plants had rather violent reactions when Dumbledore came to the greenhouses. If her plants didn't trust someone, she didn't either. The trio set out to the headmaster's office. They would not be deterred from their mission. The kids under their care needed their protection. All had become teachers because they loved to teach young minds, had a passionate care for children and for cultivating students into bright citizens of the future. Minerva said the password and led the way up the spiral staircase. Her back was ramrod straight and her lips pursed so tightly that her face looked slightly distorted. She stopped in front of the desk that dominated the office, and waited as her two companions stopped on either side of her. They were presenting a united front.
Ah, Minerva.
Phileas and Pomona. What can I do for you three today? Dumbledore beamed, eyes twinkling. He wasn't worried about anything currently. It was unfortunate that Severus had been arrested, but he was confident that he would be able to get the dominant free. We believe that you have not been listening to our concerns regarding the safety of the students and staff. Pomona spoke first. Her usually cheerful face was solemn but determined. We have brought our concerns multiple times, but all of us have been brushed off. You haven't listened to our requests for more staff to assist with our classes. Our fourth-year class is the smallest yet, but the ones below them get bigger and bigger each year. There just isn't enough time in the day to be able to do the classes the way we have. Even with the paired classes, we can't spend enough time individually with each student to ensure everyone's needs are met. We are failing our students educationally and in helping them feel comfortable here, especially the first years. And yes, we have the prefects, but they have their classes and their exams. Many fifth-year prefects feel overwhelmed with OWLs, homework, and trying to patrol the corridors and assist their housemates. Our current system just is not working. Even with the 6th and 7th year prefects helping, many are struggling. The 7th year have their newts and the 6th year have their newt prep classes. Phileas piped up as planned. Simply put, we need more help and staff. Now, Phileas, everything is running just fine. It's been this way for years. Dumbledore waved his hand. Besides, we just do not have the budget for more additions. So ask the board. We need help. Phileas was infuriated. The students were suffering academically and Dumbledore wanted to refuse to help them. He knew several members of the board would jump at the chance to assist. And the safety of the castle has been lacking. You know who was here 2 years in a row and Dementors the next year. Now this tournament. What's next? A toad wearing pink masquerading as a teacher. Minerva's magic was making tiny tendrils of her hair wave free from her tight bun. You haven't redone the wards in years, Albus Dumbledore. They're supposed to keep dark creatures out. Or did I imagine the Basilisk and the Dementors? Mr. Potter has almost died every year. Yet you want to send him back to those horrible muggles. You clearly have lost your higher judgment, Albus. Other students have almost died. And you refused to notify parents that students were being petrified. That's not acceptable. Minerva, everything I have done is for the greater good. The school cannot run with outside influences. Albus ignored everything Minerva had said. She obviously did not know anything about truly running a school. He started looking at paperwork on his desk, silently attempting to end the meeting. Minerva crossed to the fireplace, snatched some flue powder and stuck her head in. Head of d'Amelie's office. She had the head of the Department Amelia Bones come through with the head of the Department of Education. Now Minerva. Really? Dumbledore put on his false, disappointed grandfather air. He was displeased at the insubordination. Yes, this has gone on far too long. Minerva wouldn't give in and filled Amelia and Griselda Marchbanks in. Albus Dumbledore, by law you are required to renew the wards and also review curriculum every year. You are also to attend meetings with myself and my team. Griselda spoke in a firm voice which contradicted her appearance of a very old woman who looked like wind would knock her over. You instead fill in rubbish on the paperwork and send Minerva to the meetings. This is unacceptable. Hogwarts education is in the bottom half of the European schools. We offer very little in way of classes outside our core classes. Cannot go on this way. Our schooling means very little in other countries, and other places don't often accept our examination results. Griselda, the school has a way that works, and we are still the #1 school in Britain. Albus attempted to soothe the woman. The woman had been middle-aged when he was first starting as a teacher. Amelia was taking notes, brow furrowed at the information she's heard. The Auror had secretly hated attending Hogwarts because she felt restricted in her class choices. But even back when she had attended, they had had more classes but not many. Please, my friends, we are doing just fine. Hogwarts is strong. Albus was internally gnashing his teeth at the sheer amount of insubordination from his colleagues and the 2 ministry members. He had plans that were laid very carefully, and he couldn't have interference with them.
No, Albus.
Hogwarts is the weakest she has ever been. The wards are low and weak. Even the castle has a different air about it than when I attended. Griselda spoke with a no-nonsense tone. You and I know the headmaster's efficiency affects the castle herself. You have lost your touch. Are you implying what I think you are? Albus' eyes widened. Griselda, we have worked together for decades. I love my position of headmaster. The students are a joy. Not that you interact with them except at feasts or if we bring them here for discipline. Minerva muttered aggressively. She knew that everyone had heard her loud and clear. I am a very busy man. Albus protested vehemently. I have many things to do every day. Busy enough to neglect your main job? Minerva retorted, eyes flashing. You are never here when we need you. I will send you a list of items to fix within the next month and a half. And I will be informing the board. Griselda left through the flue, horrified at what she had learned about the once great Albus Dumbledore. Amelia went with the teachers to Minerva's office. They would be talking late into the night behind a warded door and the entire room locked tighter than Fort Knox. There would be no second chances if Albus got wind of how much they were telling Amelia about the happenings in the school. Minerva had a horrible feeling that Albus regularly used memory charms on the staff and spells to keep them compliant. She hated feeling vulnerable, and she was determined to see this through to the end. Her life and the students' and staff's lives may depend on it. Carter Burwell, sorry about the long periods between updates. There's just so much happening. Draco was curled up to Theo, nosing at his caregiver's skin. He was basking in the warmth and attention from the teen. The little hadn't even thrown a fit about having a nursery instead of his regular bedroom back at Malfoy Manor. It had helped that Blaise and Theo were there too. Their parents had agreed to let them be taught by tutors at Malfoy Manor to not separate the trio. Anyone with eyes could see how close they were and the natural caregiver little bond that was forming even without the spell. It was rare for it to happen without the spell to speed things along. He awake? Blaise spoke softly, standing in the doorway. He had been talking to Lucius about what would happen next. Everything was currently a bit uncertain as they waited for Severus' official trial. Nearly asleep, Theo's lips quirked into a smile that would make anyone question their sanity. No one ever saw Theodore not smile except a few extremely close friends. Oddly enough, he had found himself smiling more now that Draco was his and Blaise's little. Not. Draco sleepily protested, close to headspace.
No, sleeping. No, dragon.
You're wide awake, Blaise soothed. He came and sat on a low stool by the chair that Theo was perched on. He watched the gentle rocking of the chair and the gradual deepening of Draco's breathing. The little was sound asleep within minutes. So what will happen now? Theo tucked Draco into the crib and took Blaise into the attached sitting room. They sat on the love seat together. The two were very close but not yet in a relationship. We wait for Severus to have a trial. Blaise looked tired. A lot had happened since the beginning of the school year. It was crazy to him that so much could happen so fast. It felt like just yesterday that he and Theo had agreed to be Draco's caregivers. I hope he's found innocent. Draco needs him and so does Lucius. Theo nodded, leaning into Blaise's side. He took silent comfort from the feeling of the Italian boy's warm strength. All we can do is hope and pray to Lady Magic to be merciful. Blaise wrapped an arm around Theo's shoulders, rubbing his arm with his thumb. He was affectionate when no one was around because he needed to keep his reputation of being a silent but powerful Slytherin. He felt he was at a disadvantage because his first language was Italian followed by French and then English. Sometimes the conversational nuances escaped him, so he would choose to stay silent and glare instead, which thankfully helped him escape unpleasant encounters. Stupid Black and Lupin. Theo sneered, brows drawing in together over dark eyes in a scowl. Couldn't just let things lie in the past. Had to take petty revenge on a good man. Blaise nodded at Theo and kissed his cheek gently before going to check on Draco. He stroked the sleeping little's cheek, looking softly at him. At Hogwarts, I hate this, Pansy muttered sullenly. She was out of little space currently and working on homework. The pug-nosed girl was missing her best friend Draco, and it reflected both in and out of headspace. Her quill dug a furrow in the parchment as she made a mistake yet again, and she lost her temper. The items closest to her self-destructed into multiple pieces and made a mess. Ink spread all over the coffee table and dripped onto the carpet under the edges and onto Pansy, who looked stricken. She hadn't meant to destroy the items. What happened in here? Millicent had returned from a quick shower, hair dried magically. Her nearly black eyes took in the situation and she sighed. The muscular girl knelt down and checked Pansy for any wounds, cleaning the ink off of her face and hands carefully. Oh, Pansy. Pansy couldn't help the sob that built up in her chest and leaned into Millicent, hiding her face. It tipped her close to little space from being scared and ashamed. Her hands came up and rubbed her eyes before clutching at the soft fabric of Millicent's sweater. I have you, Pansy. Everything is okay. It was an accident. Millicent took the smaller girl into her lap and held her, rubbing her back. She silently waved her wand and everything fixed itself, returning to a clean and orderly room. Slytherins may seem cold to outsiders, but they truly cared about those that they considered theirs. Any problems between Slytherin house members were dealt with in the common room, and the Slytherins protected each other from attacks from other houses. Pansy had cried herself to sleep, curled in a tiny ball. Her emotions had left her overwrought and exhausted, as well as the magical outburst. It was all and well though, as it was time for her to take a nap.
Pearl Jam.
Update. No. I get you like the story, but that's hella rude. Raise a man and his legacy to ashes. The two witches met up with Remus and Sirius, the four making their way inside the elevator. They had exhausted themselves for weeks, putting together their court case.
I'm
seriously ready for this to be done with. Sirius punned, trying to lighten the mood. He knew it was an important occasion, but the tension wasn't helping anyone. That was bad. Even for you. Septima Vector snorted. Her long black hair braided and wound into a bun at the base of her neck. She was older than the two marauders but younger than Minerva. I thought it was seriously great. Sirius smirked, grunting in pain when Remus' elbow impacted against his ribs. Remussus, behave. Remus spoke placidly before the four were led to two separate witness rooms to wait. Minerva and Septima were sequestered in the second witness room, as they would be going second. If you need anything, just call for Garo, the Auror told each set. He and his partner were in charge of guarding one witness room and another pair was guarding the other. In the courts, really? This is ridiculous. Elphia's Doge waved his arms. Albus Dumbledore has been a pillar of society and a great teacher to several generations. Lord Doge, you will be removed if you cannot control your biases. Madame Bones warned. Madame Longbottom, do you agree?
Ido.
Augusta nodded, staring sternly at Elphias, who took his seat with a sulky look. They had called the head unspeakable to preside over the trial, as was custom for ministers or other officials on trial. Unspeakable Bode sat in the chair usually reserved for the supreme mugwump, sighing deeply. He hated having to take over and be away from his projects, having been investigating the Arch in the death room. Bode usually preferred to make his second-in-command take these things, but he knew it was imperative he be there this time. After all, it wasn't every day that Albus Dumbledore got put on trial. Especially not when one of the people pressing charges was Minerva McGonagall, who was well known for being one of Albus' most staunch supporters. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin were not a surprise, as it was known Sirius was out for revenge on those who had put him away without a trial. The trial began without much fanfare after Unspeakable Bode warned that anyone who disturbed the proceedings would have a weekend stay courtesy of Azkaban. Bode had learned a few tricks in his 103 years of being alive. One of those was how to keep a crowded room under control. Annalise Wood was the scribe for this trial. The scribes were usually neutrals, as they wouldn't be guided by their classifications or distracted by them either. Her slender fingers held an ever-sharp and ever-filled quill which was specially charmed for trials. "Scribe, are you ready?" Bode spoke to the young woman in a clear voice, hushing any conversations going on. "Yes, Head Unspeakable Bode." Annalise nodded, tapping her quill on the parchment to activate the runes that would quick dry her notes and roll the parchment once it was finished. She had been in trials before, but not one of such great importance. "We will now begin this trial of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore on the date February 1st in the year 1995. Bode intoned solemnly. He sat back down after requesting the list of charges be read. 689 counts of child endangerment, 234 counts of reckless endangerment, failure to provide ward upkeep, failure to notify Aurors of criminal activities and criminal suspects on school grounds. The prosecution started reading the list but had to pause to take a breath. Failure to investigate, reports of staff abusing students, failure to remove minors from unsafe home conditions, theft of school funds, theft of family artifacts, theft of family vaults through means of coercion, illegal use of the Obliviation spell, illegal use of Veritaserum, failure to properly secure dangerous artifacts, illegal placement of one Harry James Potter, illegal use of Harry James Potter's Wisengamot seats. On and on went the list until it ended with failure to reapply for apparition license by the date listed on your notice from the Magical Transportation Department. Chadwick Shacklebolt was amused and had to cover a laugh with a cough. That last one had a touch of his grandnephew in it. Kingsley was very by the rule book when it suited him. "Thank you, Mr. Gosling." Unspeakable Bode honestly felt a bit bad for the lawyer who looked a bit red in the face from reading the large list. He knew the court case was going to drag on for quite a while as the evidence was exhibited. "I chose those numbers based on how many students were at Hogwarts since the year Harry started, plus the guest students and the adults who visit." Loretta Lynn. 3 weeks later, it was finally time for the witnesses. Or Jeremiah Worthington escorted Lord Sirius Black in. Lord Sirius Orion Black for court case number 103181. Witness for the prosecution. "Thank you for coming, Lord Black." Mr. Gosling spoke politely once Sirius was seated in the chair for the witness. "James would be so disappointed in you, Sirius my boy." Dumbledore spoke against his counsel's advice. He believed he knew best. "Silence, Mr. Dumbledore. Do not speak to the witness," Bode ordered sternly. "If you continue to do so, you will have a silencing charm applied. Do you understand?" "Yes, Head Unspeakable Bode." Dumbledore nodded, feeling aggravated at being chastised like a child. He sat back with his hands placed on his lap, watching the proceedings while trying to keep up his grandfatherly appearance. Sirius answered a few questions and then launched into the story that the prosecution hoped would cement their victory. The story told of being in the Order of the Phoenix, of their missions, both legal and illegal, Dumbledore's orders of non-lethal spells only which had gotten quite a few of them killed injured, of Dumbledore having Hagrid illegally taking Harry from Sirius to give him to the Dursleys. Sirius had had to pause, voice thick with emotion as he tried to describe what had been done to Harry under the Dursleys' care. He told how Harry had told Dumbledore of the abuse and neglect and that Harry had been told he was exaggerating. That Harry had to stay at the Dursleys for the greater good. Head Unspeakable Bode. "May we take a recess so the witness may collect himself?" Albus Council felt bad for Sirius. Poor Herman Kienfeld was the low man on the hierarchy of public defenders. The former headmaster had attempted to represent himself but had been shot down quite thoroughly. "Court will recess for 15 minutes. Bode boomed out, banging the gavel. Honestly, the gavel was his favorite part of having to do court cases. He turned and stretched, holding his groans in until he went in the chambers to the side for whoever led the court for that case. He wanted a strong drink right about now, but he knew he needed a clear head. Sirius half collapsed into Remus's arms, crying against his mate's shoulder. It had torn him up to have to talk about finding James and Lily dead, then about Harry being taken. He had nearly died while talking about what Harry went through at the Dursleys' house. It mad equal parts enraged and saddened him that someone had hurt that precious boy. I know. Sirius wiped his eyes. He hadn't realized how badly he had needed to get all of that out. It made him feel lighter in a way. Thank you. Anytime. You know that. Remus kissed his mate softly, providing an outlet for any leftover tension. His forest green eyes took in the blue eyes that still looked beautiful to him even with tears in them. Lord Black, are you ready? Auror Worthington was back. He stayed at the door though, seeing the protective set to Lupin's body. Yes, I'm ready. Sirius took a deep breath and followed Jeremiah back to the chamber. He retook the witness seat and began answering questions from the prosecution. He hated the cross-examination but kept his tone polite for the most part. Finally, he was released from the witness chair and escorted back to the witness waiting room he had been in. It was Remus' turn now. Sirius sank into one of the comfortable armchairs that were in all the witness waiting rooms. I hope they convict him, Sirius mumbled to himself. He knew Harry wouldn't feel safe until Dumbledore was out of the way. Sirius started to pray to Lady Magic, something he hadn't done since shortly before James and Lily died. The wizard shivered when he felt a breeze move his hair in a sealed room. The vents were by the floor and couldn't have caused it. Back in the courtroom, I object to this witness. He's a werewolf. Elphia's Doge interrupted right after Remus was introduced. He was trying to save his friend from being prosecuted, but going about it in this way was backfiring. Lord Doge, need I have you escorted out? Bode spoke warningly. He was in no mood to indulge in creaturous biases. It was a well-known fact that Remus Lupin took wolfsbane and that the wolf would only be dangerous if his pack was threatened. No, head unspeakable Bode. Doge sank back down into his seat again, sulking visibly. He just knew Albus had only done anything he did for the greater good. Now, let's continue. Bode was interested in what Remus was going to say. The werewolf was very interesting to say the least. How do you know the defendant, Mr. Lupin? The prosecutor started out slowly. He was the headmaster at the time of my schooling. Remus had studied on lots of trials to be prepared. And was that how you met? Was the next question. It was a very simple question that one could almost overlook as innocent. Not that any question was innocent in a trial. No, sir. I met Mr. Dumbledore when he came to my childhood home and spoke to my parents about me attending Hogwarts. They had decided they wouldn't be able to send me, you see, due to my condition. It wasn't safe in their minds. But Mr. Dumbledore made many promises that any accommodations would be made that were necessary. Remus had only told this story to a few people. And were those accommodations made? Mr. Gosling spoke politely. He was internally pleased at how the trial was going so far. They were. The Whomping Willow was planted over a tunnel that leads to what is now known as the Shrieking Shack. On the day of the full moon each month, I would be taken to the Shrieking Shack by Madame Pomfrey to wait for moonrise. She would leave me there to wait. I was told that there were spells and wards to keep the shack secure, that no one would be able to enter and exit until morning. But that was either a lie or the wards were weak. Why do you say that? Gosling mentally did a happy dance. This was shaping up to be the best case he had ever done, because 3 underage boys were regularly able to sneak past them. Remus spoke simply. James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew were able to get past the willow and into the shack every full moon starting in my 4th year. Are you saying 3 human boys spent the night with a werewolf and survived? Mr. Gosling knew of the enigmatic status of the 3, but the question was for the benefit of the Wisengamot. No. They studied the enigmatic transformation and succeeded. James was a stag, Sirius was a dog, and Pettigrew was a rat. Remus shook his head. The willow has a spot to tap that makes it go dormant for a few minutes, and obviously the wards weren't enough. I set those wards myself. They were strong. Dumbledore couldn't help but interrupt. He was offended at his wards being called weak. Mr. Dumbledore, you were warned about what would happen if you interrupted again. Bode actually sounded angry. He motioned for an Auror to retrieve the collar that would render Dumbledore silent until it was removed. The court listened to the angry sputtering of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore up until the collar was snapped onto his neck. It was a sad sight, but it was necessary. The trial had to go on with no interruptions. My friends regularly came to the shack and then let me out to prance around in the forest. Remus added solemnly. Not once did a teacher or Mr. Dumbledore come to find us. The questions continued, this time about the missions for the Order of the Phoenix and about James and Lily's will. There was outrage when the court learned that Dumbledore had sealed the will. It was illegal to do that without a full court meeting. Thank you, Mr. Lupin. Mr. Gosling finished up his questions and sat back to watch the defense try to salvage the case. Herman Kienfeld gave up questioning Remus after 10 minutes and sat back down. Court will adjourn for the day. We will resume tomorrow at 9 a.m. Bode had asked Annalise what time it was. Everyone be here and be ready. All rise for Honorable Head Unspeakable Bode. Orr Worthington ordered and waited until everyone rose to their feet before escorting Bode to the judge chamber. Chattering broke out as Dumbledore was escorted out by 4 beefy hit wizards who were tasked with making sure no one killed Dumbledore. The Wisengamot was talking amongst themselves about other things while waiting for the spectators to leave. Now, Lord Doge, are you going to mind your manners and your biases? Amelia turned to Elphia's Doge, a stern look on her face. Head Unspeakable Bode does not like having his time wasted, and being interrupted does waste time. Are you threatening me? Doge puffed up like an angry bird. The old man was about as threatening as a wet noodle.
No.
Simply reminding you. Amelia's smile was sharp and her eyes were as cold as absolute zero. I'll thank you to keep your reminders to yourself. Doge left as fast as he could, terrified of the woman. Augusta made an unladylike sound, covering her mouth with her handkerchief. Thank you, Amelia. You're very welcome, Madame Longbottom. Amelia escorted the older woman to the flue. The 2 women had been the last to leave except the Orrs, who usually made sure everyone left. Willie Nelson, I am so bad at writing speeches, so please excuse this first part. It had been a long couple of months since the beginning of the trial, and mountains of evidence had been presented along with hours of witness. Today will be closing statements. Bode intoned solemnly. He was feeling his age. Well, how a muggle would feel at over 100 years old. He sat back in his seat and cast a subtle cushioning charm on his seat. His bones didn't like being seated so much. Thank you, Head Unspeakable Bode. Kienfeld stood up and started to present why Dumbledore was innocent, grasping desperately at straws. He was prepared to lose the case. It had been inevitable after all. There was too much evidence against the former headmaster. Herman Kienfeld sunk back into his seat after attempting to defend Dumbledore for 20 minutes. He confirmed that he was done with his final statement. The poor man knew he was in for teasing for such an awful closing argument. Thank you for that enlightening statement, Mr. Kienfeld. Bode felt sympathy for the young defense law wizard. Mr. Gosling, you may speak. Members of the Wisengamot, we are gathered here to administer justice for crimes that have been committed over a span of many decades. The defendant, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, has manipulated and encouraged multiple atrocities and has created several near-fatal and fatal moments in time. So please, keep all that you have heard over the last several months in mind as you speak to your peers. Mr. Gosling kept it short and knew the evidence would do the rest of the talking. Everyone who wasn't part of the Wisengamot shuffled out, knowing the public part of the trial was done for now. It had become a hot debate amongst the wizarding community to discuss the case, and in some cases riots had occurred. Well-known Dumbledore supporters had learned that they would have to renounce him publicly or face ridicule or worse. Ladies and gentlemen, take your time in your deliberations and consider every piece of evidence. Bode rose slowly from his chair and addressed the Wisengamot as a whole. See the evidence and the testimonials from every side. He exited to the judge's chambers and then into the small attached bedroom. He needed a nap, and he would be damned if he stayed awake during deliberations that could take hours or days. Meanwhile, back in the courtroom, the Wisengamot began filing into their conference room. They used it when it was necessary for long deliberations. He's guilty, Purcell Parkinson stated plainly. The Dark was feeling vindicated in their hatred of Dumbledore. Surely he had motives for the good of all. Martin Fig interjected, fidgeting with a quill. He was Arabella Fig's younger brother, and was very grateful for Dumbledore helping his sister survive in the Muggle world. He was stealing from Hogwarts and leaving children in abusive homes. How is that for the good of anyone? Amos Diggory was offended that anyone could even think of defending Dumbledore. As much as it pains me to agree with Diggory, he's not wrong. Purcell squinted and rubbed his forehead. There is absolutely no good that could come from anything he did, especially after hearing that he could have stopped the war before it happened. Had he asked Headmaster Dippet to keep Tom at the school over summer break and all other holidays, it could have been prevented. Amelia wasn't amused at Martin Fig. We as a society must do better for our Muggle-borns and all of our children. This is true. Augusta nodded and made some notes before the talks and discussions of the evidence continued late into the night. They wouldn't be leaving until they reached a decision on the case. It took several days for them to review everything and for a consensus to be reached. They had argued vehemently over many pieces of evidence as the Dumbledore believers tries desperately to change everyone's minds. The court is now in session. Forewoman Lady Amelia Bones, has the Wisengamot reached a verdict in the case of Hogwarts Black versus Dumbledore? Bode was so ready for all of this to be done. He just wanted to get back to his research. We have Honorable Head Unspeakable Bode. Amelia stood up. We, the members of the Wisengamot, find Albus Percival Wulfric Bryan, Dumbledore guilty of all charges. There were cheers from the spectator seating and from the homes of almost every witch or wizard in Great Britain. The Wizarding Wireless Network had been allowed to record from the courtroom as long as they made no commentary during the proceedings. Albus Percival Wulfric Bryan Dumbledore, you have been found guilty of all charges. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Bode narrowed his gray eyes at the newly convicted man. He was ready to be done with the whole debacle and get back to his research. Hell, if it had dragged on much longer, he may have researched the veil by walking through it. Everything I have done is for the greater good. Dumbledore was shocked that he had been found guilty. The end justifies the means. You will be put to death immediately. Broderick Bode stood up, looking more impressive than he had ever before this whole trial. He watched impassively as Dumbledore was escorted out through a new doorway that had opened up. It only appeared when prisoners needed to go straight to the execution room. The prisoners who went through that doorway would never come out again. Court dismissed. Bode swept out of the room dramatically. I can't believe it's over. Remus was a bit emotional. He's finally getting what he deserves. Yep. Sirius agreed. They had listened to the rest of the court case via the wireless. The two had not wanted to be away from their little who had been even more clingy. Harry himself was curled up in his mummy's lap, sleeping once again. He enjoyed naps a lot as his big self had issues sleeping. The black-haired little was holding one of Remus's hands tightly like it was a teddy bear. I love you, Remus whispered to Sirius, the two exchanging a smile over Harry's head. It felt amazing to have the mess taken care of finally. Garth Brooks. We're going to spend some time with an OC couple for a bit in the middle. Severus Snape was sitting on the lumpy mattress in his cell, staring impassively at the guard taunting him. His face was carefully blank, all his thoughts locked away behind an impenetrable wall in his mind. It was how he kept the Dementors from affecting him too badly. The only sign Severus showed of hearing what the guard said was a slight widening of his eyes. He had been counting on Dumbledore to aid in getting him set free. The potion's master retreated into his mindscape to process this new knowledge and to store it in the proper place. The guard was one of the Aurors that had worked with James. He had considered them friends and had been heartbroken the Potters died. Caesar Fawcett would never let go of the deep hatred he had for Severus Snape and all the other Death Eaters. He made his way back to the guard station, ready to go home. His shift was over and he wouldn't have to stay on the island for at least another month. Guards were 2 weeks on and a month off of Azkaban duty. It was set that way to prevent any unpleasant effect. The rule was put into place in the 50s after a guard went insane and slaughtered 5 prisoners and his partner, before jumping off the highest point of the prison. It took at least 2 weeks to recover a bit and another 2 weeks of observation to be declared ready. Caesar made his way onto the boat that would take him to the apparition point, feeling a bone-deep exhaustion. His pale gray eyes had dark shadows underneath, and he had a beard starting that had come about from being too tired to shave. He hoped his special ones stocked up their chocolate stash, like he had asked them to do. The boat moved through the water, waves slapping against the sides but never soaking the passengers. Caesar and 3 others were done with their shift there. When they arrived at the apparition point, they were scanned by a Mediwitch and given chocolate before being allowed to apparate, except for Jones, who was given a portkey due to suffering more from exposure to dementors. "I'm home, Auden," Caesar called to his special one. He dropped his keys into the little key holder on the little table next to the front door. He walked through the house and deposited all the clothing he was wearing into the washer and dryer that Auden had insisted on them getting. Caesar had been a clueless pureblood when he had met the half-blood Auden Copeland. "I'm in the living room," Auden called back, their voice muffled through the walls. They oftentimes liked to just relax in front of the fireplace. Caesar hurried to the living room once he had changed into warm and comfortable clothing. "Auden." He felt a smile cover his face, and he leaned down to press his face into Auden's white hair. "Missed me?" Auden teased, pulling Caesar close. Their hands stroked over Caesar's back and hair, though, soothing the Auror, who was trembling. Auden kissed the side of Caesar's head. "Snape was there. In my section. It took everything in me to not throw him to a Dementor or off the North Tower." Caesar crawled into Auden's lap, curling up. He knew Auden wouldn't mind even if they were currently smaller than him. Auden was a metamorphmagus and regularly changed their appearance. "Oh, love," Auden crooned lowly, rocking Caesar and changing to a bigger male body because that was what Caesar needed right now. They both were switches and somehow almost perfectly matched. The metamorph pressed Caesar's head over their heart. "You did so good. There's talk of revisiting the case." "Good riddance. Mary says he's a real piece of work. Even as a little," Caesar grumbled. "I bet Sirius and Remus are pissed." "You bet. They've done several interviews to talk about their story and to keep the public on their side. As the public should be. Snape is a creepy bastard." Auden shuddered. They had never forgotten Snape telling them their Muggle-born mother should die. "But let's eat a shit ton of chocolate and cuddle. I missed my personal heater. You only love me for my body and bot heat." Caesar accused playfully but summoned chocolate before settling against Auden and listening to them talk. "Narcissa," the blonde woman hurried through the mansion and handed Lucius a letter. "We have a chance," Lucius whispered, clutching the letter like a lifeline. His normally immaculate appearance was gone and he looked ill. He had lost weight and his eyes had dark bruise like shadows under them. He was also suffering from subdep because he wouldn't allow Narcissa to dominate him, nor would he use a service. He had promised Severus that he would be the only one to dominate him. "You need to be at your best, Lucius." Narcissa spoke more firmly than she had in a long time. "What would Severus say if he saw you in this state?" Lucius looked a bit ashamed but also mutinous. "He's the only one who will dominate me. I won't betray him. Am I not part of the relationship also? He tasked me with taking care of you in his absence." Narcissa tapped into her more dominant side. "He would punish me for failing him." Her elegant fingers grasped Lucius' wrist. "Fine." Lucius knew she was right. Severus would be extremely unhappy at seeing his state. The dominant was very firm in his guidelines for Lucius' health and even Narcissa's. "But only because I can't function like this and help Severus." "Thank you." Narcissa smiled at Lucius and rubbed his wrist with her thumb. She took him upstairs to her suite of rooms. "Bath first and then lunch. You'll need the energy." "Johnny Cash, I am honestly so done with this story. It was a huge part of my life for a while, but my brain felt like an empty barrel for this story." Sirius hurried through the halls until he saw Remus. "There you are. What have you been doing?" "Reading. I lost track of time." Remus had a sheepish expression. He had been very engrossed with his novel. It was written by a half-blood named Stephen King. "Oh boy," Sirius snorted. "I'm not surprised. You usually are reading, and you're usually messing with your hair." Remus retorted, ruffling Sirius' inky hair and then laughing at the outraged look on the Lord's face. "Oh, your face is so great. Okay, moon. Sirius barked out a laugh. "You're so nice to me, Remington." "Yeah." Remus agreed, putting his book down and kissed his mate. He stroked Sirius' skin and held the animagus in the lap. I love you, you stupid mutt. Even if you drive me nuts, I love you too. Sirius looked fondly at the werewolf and then stood up. Let's go get Harry. Remus made an agreeing noise and ran up the stairs once he made it to the hall. He wanted to get the sleepy Harry cuddles. He managed to get into Harry's nursery room first and scooped up the little who had just woken up. Moomy, Harry mumbled, clinging to the werewolf's neck. He rested his cheek on Remus' shoulder and yawned. Did you have a good quiet time, cub? Remus smiled, rubbing Harry's back. He knew he would have gotten a dirty look if he had called it a nap. Yeah. The black-haired little mumbled. He was still sleepy and it showed on his face. Blanky had a good nap. You bet. It's nice and warm in here. The elves always take good care of the home. Remus was currently changing Harry's pull-up and put on a clean set of comfortable clothing, as Harry's old ones were soaked from sweat and drool. The caregiver looked at Harry adoringly, seeing the way the little rubbed his eyes. Moomy? Thirsty. Harry lifted his arms up beseechingly. He wanted to nurse from Remus. All right, cub. Remus sat down and removed his shirt. The little latched on pretty quickly and eagerly nursed. The boy curled into the caregiver with an ease that came from months of reassurance that it was okay to be loved and held and given affection. Harry had taken ages to get used to it and occasionally still had problems with it. Sometimes he just couldn't process that people actually loved and cared about him. Sirius was watching from the doorway, a soft look on his face. His heart ached a bit from how much he loved the two in the nursery. They were his world. He approached slowly and sat on a stool nearby. Harry's small hand shot out and he held onto Sirius' hand once the older male held it out to him. The little snuffled contentedly and continued nursing. The time was very special and Harry absolutely loved being with his caregivers. See bottom for warning. Hello, Severus. Lucius had been allowed a supervised meeting with the Dom. The blonde's usually pristine appearance was marred by dark circles under his eyes and a clear weight loss. The stress was getting to him and Narcissa wasn't dominant enough to give him what he needed. Lucius. Severus hated seeing his submissive like that. He put his arms around his sub and held him tight, relishing in the feel of someone's magic. No, actually, it was Augusta Longbottom and several others. Lucius had spat out Augusta's name. He hated that vile old woman. She blames you for the war and her blood traitor son being attacked. I had nothing to do with the Longbottom attack. Severus scowled. He didn't believe it was his fault despite being the one who told Voldemort part of the prophecy. He figured that the Longbottoms should have been smart enough to go into hiding. I know, but the Wisengamot is all for the boy who lived and anyone remotely close to him. Lucius curled against the black-haired man, seeking comfort. It was an instinctual behavior. He hadn't been with his Dom for far too long. They are giving them leeway and practically licking the boots of blood traitors. Soon, Lucius whispered, looking hopeful. He hoped that Severus would be released. It was a futile hope, but one he clung to nonetheless. He had no way of knowing that this was actually to be Severus' execution. Composure in public for the first time ever. Severus struggled against the Aurors who forced him to his knees. He was yelling at them and at the Wisengamot who had all gathered. They were required to be there for every execution. The Dementor floated closer and latched bony hands to Severus' sallow face. The enraged Dom's struggles grew weaker as the hood lowered over his. February 20th, 1995. Severus Snape has been given the Dementor's kiss. The scribe announced. He hated seeing executions, but it was part of his job. Lucius had fainted from distress and from the bond between him and his dominant breaking. It was extremely painful, especially due to how old the bond had been. They had been together since Severus had been classified. The dominant had been the only one that Lucius had truly ever been himself with. 2 healers came and took the submissive. He was to be under strict watch and monitored closely. Submissives who lost their dominance in a sudden way tended to kill themselves, especially after a prolonged separation. The court wouldn't be sorry to wash its hands of the Malfoys, though. But they knew that Narcissa would take over for Severus when it came to Lucius and the Malfoy family. She had made arrangements for a worst-case scenario which were already being carried out. Severus would be taken to the manor and privately put to actual death. That way he would pass in a home that was his and not treated as garbage. It was tiring to have to deal with such horribleness through the year. All the parents who had had children being taught by Snape were all relieved and a bit angry at themselves for not believing that a teacher was abusive to the students. It was a tragedy and many of them had old apologies to their children. Someone dies. Reba, this is the very last chapter, my voidlings. Thank you for reading this story to its completion. Also, this is time skip to near the end of the year. Who the heck went through and reported a shit ton of comments as offensive? Like what the heck? Some of the comments are like 4 years old and they're just now being reported? Just ignore the ones you don't like, or better yet, don't read the comments if you can't ignore them. Minerva was supervising the school from her new place at the center of the table. She had been promoted to headmistress and Phileas was the deputy head. Her eyes roved over the student body and stopped on a pair of first years. What had caught her attention was the fact that they were a Gryffindor and a Slytherin. The hostilities between the houses were still there but not as prevalent. Bullying was taken much more seriously and there were now several adults whose sole job was to handle detentions, fights and disagreements. It made it easier on the teachers who had roughly doubled in numbers also. The staff had increased quite a bit and there was plans for many of the old classes that had been dropped to be returned to the curriculum. One class that was definitely coming was Introduction to the Wizarding World. It was mandatory for all students in first year. There was also to be a 2-week class before school started to be an introduction to the Wizarding World and the systems in it. It would cater to the Muggleborns to help them transition to the magical world by having them stay with a wizarding family. The purebloods' problems with the Muggleborns had truly began from the Muggleborns wanting things to change too much and to replace wizarding traditions. The purebloods had been angry at many of their traditions and practices being deemed dark or immoral and the practices being banned subsequently. It hadn't been very fair to them and they had fought back viciously to try and make the outsiders feel unwanted. Very few Muggleborns truly understood the real traditions and practices of the wizarding culture and often denied that Lady Magic truly existed. Minerva had spoken to many Muggleborn graduates who had chosen to stay in the wizarding world and asked their opinions. Many had had their eyes opened to the true culture by pureblood friends when they were adults. Half-bloods were better at assimilating because they had at least one wizarding parent and had an introduction to the culture. Hermione Granger had been very excited by the prospect of the 2-week introduction, and she felt it would be highly useful. She had told Minerva that she would have felt much more secure and confident coming into Hogwarts with something similar in place because she would have understood more. Any Muggleborns in the upper years were required to take at least half a year of the introduction class to clear up any confusion and to ensure the older Muggleborns weren't undoing the professor's teaching. Hogwarts was changing for the better, and with the changes at Hogwarts, the changes in the government and society would come too. Education would lead to betterment of society. After all, children were the future. Phileas had located the portraits of the Hogwarts founders with the help of Helena Ravenclaw and a small army of house elves. They had also began cleaning up the room of requirements, and upon finding the Horcrux diary, Phileas gave it to the Gringotts goblins to deal with. He knew they would handle the hunt for Voldemort and his Horcruxes. He had been deeply concerned when he spoke to Salazar Slytherin's portrait. The man had had no idea where the pureblood supremacy idea had come from. His only concerns about the Muggleborns had been their parents trying to storm the castle and kill the wizarding folks. Religious people had been persecuting them for ages, and he had seen firsthand how witches and wizards had been killed. He had also been very upset to hear about what the Basilisk had been made to do. She was meant to be a guardian for the school in case of attack. Never to harm a child. Never. Salazar swore up and down. The other founders had backed him up as they had all been there when the Basilisk had hatched. The chamber had truly been meant for a hiding place in case the wards fell. I helped to build the chamber. So it most certainly was not a secret except to the students. Rowena shook her head. The portraits had had a spell cast on them to update their language so they could be understood. Godric had been enraged when he heard about what Dumbledore had done to Hogwarts, and Salazar had crossed into the ginger-haired man's painting to give him a hug. Salazar had been a flex when he had been alive. Many had assumed Salazar was a dominant, but it had been Rowena who was the dominant. Helga had been a caregiver, which at the time had simply been called a mother regardless of whether they were male or female. Godric had been a dominant also. I am happy you have saved our school. It was meant to be a safe haven for children to learn to use their gifts. Minerva had actually set up a class with the founders as the teachers. It was early wizarding history and covered quite a bit of history. There were 3 other history professors who had replaced Binns. He had been released from the castle finally and had gone to the afterlife to be with his family. Godric, this is your heir, Harry James Potter. Minerva introduced Harry to his many times great-grandfather. She had wanted to show off her favorite student, and everyone knew he was. The bonus fact that Harry was Godric's descendant just made it even better. Hello there, little one. Godric greeted cheerfully. He was pleased that his line had been blessed with a little one. They were very precious in his time. Harry felt a bit shy, hiding his face against Remus' chest. He had been big for most of the day, but he had dropped to little space after eating lunch. Oh, he's absolutely precious. Helga couldn't help but gush. She adored little ones for obvious reasons. He's a wee one, isn't he? Yes. He ranges from 1-year-old to 3 years old. Remus nodded, looking a bit odd to be meeting the founders. It was a great opportunity to be able to do this. Harry noticed the snake in Salazar's painting and curiously hissed at it. Hello, Snakey. Salazar blinked at Harry and then glanced at the living people to see if they just heard what he did. His gift was rare in the British Isles. Hello, little speaker. You have surprised my master. The painted snake was pleased to speak to someone other than Salazar. Did I mention he's also the heir to Slytherin through conquest? Minerva added, looking a bit nervous. Harry's scar had been cleansed as the last piece to kill Voldemort, which made the Slytherin line extinct, and it had fallen to Harry. No, you did not. Salazar was pretty sure Harry was actually related to him simply for the fact that he had the same piercing green eyes that Salazar's mother had had. He would figure it out later. He also drew Godric's sword from the sorting hat and slew the basilisk. Remus added helpfully. They settled in for a long chat, Harry nursing for a bit, which bothered no one. Minerva had taken them to her private quarters after all. She had no paintings in there beyond the founders, which she had taken in there for the conversation. Sirius had been surveying the rooms that would belong to him for the next school year. He had signed on as a transfiguration professor and would mainly focus on the animagus transformation, which would become a part of the curriculum for the 5th through 7th years. The Lord had told Minerva he would only stay for the rest of Harry's schooling, and then they would be gone. The black-haired man had been brought in by Remus, Harry, and Minerva once he had finished instructing the elves on how to set up his quarters. He greeted the founders and Minerva respectfully before pressing a kiss to Remus' lips and then Harry's forehead. His appearance was very neat and well-groomed. Still no sign of the emaciated ex-convict he had been before Lady Magic had healed him. The whole family was healing and was extremely close, protecting each other ferociously when Rita Skeeter had tried to ruin them. Lucius Malfoy had paid her a lot of money to smear Remus and Sirius, but it had failed. Lucius had been put into St. Mungo's for an involuntary hold after having several outbursts in public of emotional instability. It was common in submissive show had had their bond broken if they hadn't straight out killed themselves. It had come to light that Narcissa was not dominant enough to take care of Lucius anymore, and she had been forced to either put him into St. Mungo's or be arrested for sub-neglect. She had chosen to have Lucius committed so she could stay with Draco. The poor little didn't need to lose all his parents. Blaise and Theo had taken over all of Draco's care though, and had a natural caregiver-little bond. It was a rare occurrence, but the 3 were already extremely close before their classifications. Draco was actually thriving under the boys' care. They were very attentive to his needs and his wants and took excellent care of him. 4 years later, Luna stood up from next to Frank Longbottom's bed. Her long blonde hair had been plaited back from her face, as the Longbottoms tended to get agitated by obscured faces. I'll take care of Neville, Mr. and Mrs. She turned to leave but stopped when a bony hand grabbed her wrist. A small cold object was pushed into her hand and she froze for a moment. It was Alice's ring. the addled woman looking almost focused for a moment. The moment passed and Alice shuffled back to her bed. Luna resumed leaving, a small smile crossing her lips. She had actually been assisting the unspeakables with the spells to cure the Longbottoms. They were close to a breakthrough, so Luna would keep the ring safe until the time came for her to return it. Neville knew she regularly went to see his parents, and it made him happy for her to do that for him. He adored his submissive and wanted to spend the rest of his life with Luna. It had been a long time coming, but much had been changed and done. Justice had been served and monsters had been removed from existence. A threat had been eliminated and healing was beginning across the Wizarding Nation. Crime was actually down and Nocturne Alley had been cleaned up of truly harmful items, but legislature was being pushed through to repeal bans on many things considered dark, and the creature registrations had been used only to offer cures for lycanthropy now that the ministry was funding the Wolfsbane creator. Damocles had found an actual cure and not just something to treat the symptoms. The cure made the transformation into an animagus-like transformation, and those that had been cured couldn't infect anyone, the venom being neutralized. Greyback and his pack had to be executed though, as they had gone on a killing spree and then also infected many people including children and littles. He had not been remorseful for any of his actions and had laughed right until he had been killed. He had been injected with an extremely toxic venom mixed with silver which killed him instantly. Remus had privately rejoiced and had cried a bit. Greyback had been the one to turn him, and he had had nightmares well into adulthood about the vicious werewolf who enjoyed hurting and killing people. Sirius had held him all night while Remus had clutched their little close in his arms. He didn't have to worry about something happening to Harry from Greyback. This is the end. Thank you so much for reading this.